Hey everybody, getting ready to do another stream here. We've got Frontrooms Normalities, and then Demonfish Dead ahead. That's the plan for tonight. I'll be trying to think of some things for Pyrotoad. Because there's more stuff to come for that. Hey Lord Sploof, welcome in. Thanks for checking in. You got first for your second time. Very
well,
cool.
Look here, Maddie. You drop your and grab your socks. We ship it out in 3 hours.
Nice. Yeah, so we're just getting started here. But thanks for dropping in. Ads, yeah. Yep. The ads do that thing. Alright, we're back from the ad break. Sorry about that, Laura Sploof. Definitely buying a turbos soon. Right on, right on. Yeah, that seems to work well for people. I've thought about it myself, for sure. Sometimes I just use that opportunity to do something else, you know. Fill up my water glass, or make some tea, or use the bathroom, or just whatever. But yeah, I tend to try to take my breaks when the ad breaks happen, so you're not really missing a whole lot during the ad breaks. There is an occasion where that doesn't work out, either playing an online game, playing with friends or whatever, or sometimes I just work through the break because it's a boring, tedious task that I'm doing, so no one's missing anything. But welcome in, I'm glad to see you. And there's an executor in chat. Play the Pokemon game. And so we're like nearly done with this game, which is cool. But if we were just looking at the 3 rooms, everything looks done. But we look at these last scenes, they don't look done at all. So there is something that I wanted to do here with this scene, where the no is automatically lit up on the first day. So what we'll do here is on init, we're going to make it so the normal button pressed equals 2. And then we're going to replace all of these tiles. So we can just make a group out of this. And this is going to be no pressed group. And so we are going to just slide all this stuff in there. We're going to copy the group. And then we're going to put it on the init, but only if it's if the variable compares with a number. So we want to make a new variable here, and this one is going to be called very first day. And so very first day needs to start at 1. So what I've been doing is setting the variables on this, because there's no saving in this game. So I've just been setting the variables at the very start. So we'll do variable value, and we'll say very first day equals 1. And then so the next thing we need to do is, if you go through this door, I guess we could just set it here, because we'll know that you're through that door if you're in this room. We'll do variable value, and we'll say very first day equals 0. So anytime you're in this room, you're no longer on your first day. But the very first time you play through, you are going to be on your first day. So we're going to say, if that's the case, we're going to paste that event that we no pressed group. So that means normal pressed equals 0, event group that, event group that, event group that. And what that does is replace the tiles for no and next, so that way you can see they're lit up. But then we also need to make sure that this can't be pressed on your first day. So we'll say if variable value, we'll throw this at the top, and we'll say very first day equals 0. Then that. Otherwise, it should make a sound that says no, but we don't have a sound effect yet. So we'll put a comment here, and we'll say negative UI SFX. So sound effects is something we could definitely work on here today. We can hit this button after and it won't make a difference because we've already done those things, so that's fine. This one we don't need to worry about, but we do need new art for this room. It's like glaringly bad at this point. The rest of the game looks pretty, and this looks pretty bad. So we're gonna go to this button here. We're going to go to backgrounds. We're gonna find this here, and well, you know, I think we actually have a sprite file of it, so maybe we should open that one. So this is the right folder. This is the one. We actually don't have an sprite version of it. That's not a big deal. We can make one if we need one. But what we should do, well, first let's fix this black border. Oh, I wanted it contiguous, because that's going to conserve tiles. Next, we are going to, well, let's pull up the tile grid here. So I think we want to make some tiles that we can repeat on both sides, so we can do dithering and make it all look fancy and nice. So we're probably going to do something like this. We'll do contiguous. And for the dithering, we'll probably just use this Bayer matrix 8x8 that we've been using. And then just do something like that. And then something like that. I think that looks good. And then hopefully we can repeat some of these tiles. So what we'll do is we'll grab everything but the edges, because those aren't going to work, obviously. And we'll just scooch them over. Let's make a new layer. So we'll copy these from this layer. We'll paste them onto this layer. And normally I would just flip it, but since we're trying to conserve tiles, that's not really gonna work. So what we need to do instead is basically reorganize them. Oh, we missed one. So now we've got these. We'll select them all, drag them right there. Yeah, that looks a little funny, doesn't it? Because everything's got an angle. Well, maybe we don't do that. Maybe that's not what we do. Maybe we just delete this layer. And then we just copy all of these tiles and flip them up. So we'll make the new layer, we'll paste it, but then we'll just flip them. And that should work. But if we're gonna do that, we might as well take these ones as well. And honestly, I'm not sure if this is gonna go over on tiles. It probably will at this point, and I don't know. We'll just deal with that once we get to it. Yeah. So we're just gonna grab all of these tiles. From this layer, copy them, put them on this layer, move them over, flip them, and we can do a tile count now. We're at 84, so we're not over yet. But let's see here. We're gonna want basically a slab of dither, and we'll make a new layer. We'll put it under, or I guess we'll put it here for now, and then we'll make adjustments to it later. All right, so we'll take the same kind of oh, we're getting some weirdness there. So let's deselect. Oh, I see why we're getting that weirdness. That's over it. So yeah, let's get that selection back. Easy Perp, welcome in. Thanks for checking in. I appreciate that. And then we'll do another one down here. And then if we throw this on, we can just delete this from the right layer, not the wrong layer. Alright, so now we've got this stuff overlapping all of that, so we need to fix that. So we'll grab it all manually. There's not that much, and it's mostly rectangles here. Hey Lumby, thanks for checking in. Appreciate that. All the way up to 31. Wow. I very much appreciate all the support, Lumby. Is that a person? A stand? An 8 stand? Again an 8 stand? Alright, is Lord Sploof making a stand against ads? Is that what that's about? I always have trouble deciphering the meanings of emotes. I'm getting better at it, but it's not easy for me. Man, I had the weirdest dream last night. Well, I always have the weirdest dream, right? Dreams are always weird for me, so it's not really that weird anymore. But I had this dream where I was like in high school or something, or maybe it was college. It was college, and but instead of that, it was different. I walked into a classroom. No, it was weird. I joined a stream on Twitch, but then it turned into a classroom, and it was very strange. It was like the streamer was the teacher, and all the students were just like the viewers, right? And it was really weird. There was like a chalkboard, and then on the chalkboard there was like a Final Fantasy character, like the FF1 character, except that everyone's face was their Twitch avatar, and it was really weird. It was like stream avatars, but on the chalkboard, and but it was like their Twitch avatar embedded into the stream avatar, which was actually like a piece of paper that was cut out and like made by hand with like colored pencils. It was really weird. It was really weird. And then at one point, this guy, he's like a developer. He's a game developer, and he's saying like, we're gonna go over some game dev vocabulary, and then he starts saying really weird words that don't make sense to me, and I'm like, are you just making up words? He's like, no, these are real. And I'm like, well, could you say them slower? Because he was like saying them really fast and like merging the words together, and it was like what was it, please say yes, team. I was like, wait, what? Please say yes, team. Wait, you mean like if you're on a team of game devs and you're hoping that the team says yes to what you say? Is exactly. I was like, that's not game dev vocabulary. I wasn't like arguing it, but in my head I was like arguing it, and And then there was more, and it just made less sense as it went on, and it was very strange. That was about the extent of it. So we'll paste it on a new layer above all of this other stuff so it doesn't get hidden behind it when we turn that on. That was the whole point of that. Yeah, so this should work fine. The ceiling could be done as well. Cryptic, welcome in. Everyone should check out Cryptic if they haven't yet. I don't know why the shout out's not appearing. It shall. Sometimes it takes a second. I don't know what's up with that. Well, welcome in, Cryptic. How you doing today? I was playing some Valheim earlier. I managed to fend off a Draugr raid. Although you lost some wolves. Some of the wolves they died. They just went straight for it. I didn't have a chance to tell them no, and before I knew it, the wolves that were guarding your longhouse have vanished. My condolences. But I did clear off a huge swamp path to Bone Mass. So and I killed a whole bunch of Draugr spawners in that swamp. So it's relatively safe at the moment. And I found 2 crypts in that swamp also. There is a big tree spawner next to it. Why didn't that shout out happen? I'm still That's odd. The raid shouldn't be able to spawn in our base. What do you mean? That's the only place they spawn. They only spawn when you're like within range of a workbench or something similar to a workbench. But yeah, they were coming from the ocean, so there was no defensive wall there. So I just walked to the coast and slaughtered them all one by one. There was a troll raid the other day on when I was at my little house, and it was localized at my house, but that wall that's like right next to my house stopped them, so they didn't make it. I just killed them from the other side of the wall, and I don't know, trolls are pretty easy these days anyways. You just gotta parry their attack and give them a couple slashes and then they're dead. I went on a troll killing spree, and killed lots of trolls. Yeah, if you check the map, I updated the map and stuff. If you check that stuff, I got pretty far out by Bone Mass. I've placed down workbench, so they shouldn't be able to spawn. I guess need to extend some into the water. No, you're misunderstanding. The workbenches cause them to spawn. Like if you're near a workbench, that's what causes it to spawn. If there's no workbench nearby, a raid won't happen. But if there is a workbench nearby, it's not just a workbench. It's like a workbench or like other things that are similar to workbench. If you look it up online, the fandom has ripped apart the game code to know exactly what causes raids to happen. So it's all there. I'm gonna give you a manual shout out because I'm not sure why it's not giving you a shout out. They can't spawn within 40 meter radius of a workbench. I'm not sure, but I think you have that backwards. But everyone should check out Cryptic if they haven't yet. Cryptic does art on their stream, and they also play games. They're super cool. And yeah, can't wait for your next stream, Cryptic. Any plans on when that might be? I know you work a lot. But yeah, the floor. We could do like a radial one on the floor. That might be interesting. The raids happen outside the 40 meter radius and moves into the player range. Ah, okay. So yeah, they were spawning in the ocean So they were 40 meters. They were spawning 40 meters away, but I was near enough to a workbench for them to start spawning. So yeah. The raids happen outside the 40-meter radius of movements display range. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. They were out in the ocean and started coming from the ocean. We've had raids where nothing could spawn, but the raid alert was happening. So the Draugr and skeletons, they have no trouble with water whatsoever. I know the tree people, they float in water. But the Draugrs and the skeletons, they treat it like it's not even there. They just walk right through it. So maybe that has something to do with it. It's not, I don't even think it's in their code to avoid water. They just go straight through it, right? So that might, yeah. Alright, so yeah, we wanted to make a... But yeah, unfortunately... There were wolf casualties, but outside of that, there was no damage or anything. Me and Red have been working on a huge base. Also, I've seen that. Was that you and Red's doing the big like triangular roof house? And I noticed that you guys moved the food stuff. So I actually got raided when I was looking for the food stuff. Those are guard wolves, so they can die. Well, they did their job. They took away some of the health on one of the Draugrs, but they definitely died. Sorry, I like inhaled some sugar from my tea somehow. You know how like sometimes things will go down the wrong tube when you're like eating or drinking? Somehow a grain of sugar at the bottom of my tea just like went into my nasal cavity. It's very sweet. Yeah, we made a new kitchen. How? I don't know. It just happened. I didn't expect it. And all of a sudden I was like, wait, there's something in my tea. It's sugar. It just melted in my nasal cavity. At least it wasn't salt. Well, yeah, that salt in my tea would not taste very good. Or in my nose. But then the new kitchen looks nice. You guys got a lot of barrels in there. Lots of barrels. But yeah. I think we might be ready to take out bone mass and get some wishbones. That way we can start mining silver. Although there's not a lot of mountains around. We might need to look for mountains. Hey, Wallace Lovecraft. Be careful, it's a trap. It's a trap. Welcome in. Thanks for checking in. Thanks for the redeem. We are back at it. Found a ton of silver. Oh, cool, cool. I didn't realize. You were doing it the hammer way by slamming the ground. There's this weird thing with hammer. If you like dig out around the hammer, you can find like a central point and just mine that one point and the whole thing breaks. Or at least that was a thing. I don't know if they patched that out. Oh, veins near motor. That makes sense. That makes sense because motor only is in the high mountains. So yeah. I've never actually fought motor. That's probably where I'm at in my save. Is that I've got some eggs, but I haven't actually fought motor. Yeah, so I want to make a radial one. Something like that. Probably want it to be the opposite. And then the top, we could do the same. Something like that. We'll fix these edges. So for these, we could probably get away with using this tile. Oops. From this layer. And this tile. Alright, so now I think we should do a tile count. $180. So we're still under, so that's good. We are going to make some changes to this door, but they're already unique tiles, so that shouldn't be too bad. Alright, there's the door layer. We probably go inside. The doorknob looks ridiculous. Already have 3 eggs ready to go. Nice, nice. Yeah, we got tons of wither bones, that's for sure. Easy perp, follow Cryptic, awesome. Thanks for that, Easy perp. Yeah, Cryptic is super cool. They mod the channel. They do art, and yeah, Cryptic, when's your next stream? Do you got any plans for your next stream? I know you're busy all the time. There's an ad starting soon. I'll snooze it. We can snooze the ad. That doorknob looks... You doing game dev stuff tomorrow? Oh, cool, cool. Did you mention that already? Did I miss that? No. Okay, cool. Well, glad to hear it. I'll have to drop in. I know Kixie does her stream tomorrow, and then Indiana Crones probably wants to play the pirate game later on, so I'll be doing that. So I'll probably have a stream going at some point, but yeah, I'll definitely hop in and see what you're up to, because I'll be around. Probably throw another line at the bottom, and then that has a weird effect. Maybe we want this line over there. And then we could do a white outline. Mine will be early, so you will probably be asleep. Oh no, or I'll still be awake. Depends how early. Sloth and I will be working on the Anomaly Backrooms game. Oh, cool. Not a Frontrooms Normality game, though, right? Just gotta be safe, you know? Make sure you're not stealing my grandiose idea. I'm just kidding. I'm gonna turn on notifications right now. Yeah, that's awesome. Maybe it should be this color. That actually looks better, doesn't it? Maybe we dither the door too. No, nothing like your game. Better not be making Game Boy games. I'm just kidding. Clearly. We got the door. Maybe that works. We potentially need a voice actor for the Stanley Parable lines. Well, I hear that the Stanley Parable guy is probably charging quite a bit, so you might not be able to get him. I imagine. I haven't heard, but I assume that he charges quite a bit. I would if I was him, that's for sure. So we are going to have to make some changes to the tile set, because this one and this one have that and they don't in the tile set. So if we open the tile set, the tile swap, you can see there's just regular clean wall there. So we need to steal these pixels here, whatever layer they are on, copy them and paste them here. Easy peasy. We'll save this, export it, and open it. I want someone just getting into it, maybe indie, but at the same time I want him to experience the game fresh. Yeah, it might work better if the voice actor has a little bit of knowledge of the game. I would say the more the better, to be honest. But yeah, that would be hard to do for Indy if he was going to try to play the game. And then we need this folder. Go to assets, tile sets, and paste it here. Oh wait. That's the A sprite one. We don't want the A sprite one. We want the regular one. This one. This folder, paste it, place it. Nice. Exactly, yeah. I don't know if I'd be able to do a good one, but I would offer my services, but I don't know how good I'd be at a Stanley Parable type voice. Give me a line and I'll try. Give me a line and I'll try right now. Cryptic walked outside and thought to himself, "This is a video game, isn't it? It will be paid work," thinking $50 or something. Oh, well, that's helpful for sure. Cryptic thought to himself, "I'm not actually making a video game. I'm making a movie." Or is it? No, I don't know if I'd be great at that. I could keep practicing though. Just gotta give me those lines. "I don't want anyone doing work for free," Cryptic thought to himself as he made the video game. Does that mean you're paying yourself? Because I wish I could pay myself. I haven't wrote any lines yet. Cryptic hadn't wrote any lines yet for the video game that he's making. But he thought about it. "If the game sells, I'll make a bit." But do you think you'll make more than Frontrooms Normalities will make? Because this is a free game. Okay, so we've got that. This room looks better, I think. I kind of wish I could fit report normality, but I don't think that would fit. Also, I feel like anything normal makes more sense to people because they're like, what's a normality? I feel like, you know, honestly, if you're gonna do a Stanley Parable type thing, you probably want a British voice actor. You know who would be great is Indie Gamiacs. Do you know Indie Gamiacs? We can shout them out. And I don't think I'm actually following them on Twitter or on Twitch, so I need to do that. But they reached out to me back in like 2020, and they were influenced by my podcast. They were like, Rick, your podcast is awesome. I'm going to make a podcast too. That's a great idea. And they did have a podcast for a bit, and now they do more streaming and video making on YouTube. Apparently they only have 1 follower. But that is his logo. Maybe he's got multiple accounts. Indie Gamiacs. Ah, he does have multiple accounts. What was the difference? Oh, one has an I and one has a EI. So we'll give him a better shout out with his actual name. So this is the one. That one must have been an old account. I think his accounts got hacked or something at one point, and he had to make like a second account or something like that, but then he got his accounts back. So this is the correct one. Indie Gamiacs, they're super cool. We don't really chat much anymore, but I think they're really busy all the time with making content and stuff. But I think they'd be interested in working on a game, because I know that they were looking to hire a team to make their own game. And I can't remember the details of that. I want to say it was RevShare, but I'm not sure. But they have a fantastic voice. Your podcasts are good though. Thank you, I appreciate that. So yeah, after they saw my podcast, Indie Gamiacs started their own podcast. I can't remember what it was called. It wasn't Indie Gamiacs though. They kept changing their name for a while. They weren't settling on a brand for a long time. And anyways, they asked me to be the first interview on their podcast, and I was like, hell yeah. Is there a way that I could use that recording for my podcast as well, and we could cross promote? So if you listen to the second episode of my podcast, it's actually Indie Gamiacs interviewing me on my game, and it got put on both podcasts. So you can hear his voice if you go into my second episode of Indie Game Dev Report. That's the link for Indie Game Dev Report. So yeah, I could probably pull it up actually. But they have a fantastic British voice. Let's turn off the background music. Hello, and welcome back to Indie Game Dev Report. This is the second episode, and I'm actually the interview person for this episode. And I've got a friend, C for Serious. C for Serious, that's what they used to be called. He actually asked me to be interviewed for his podcast, and we're skipping ahead. Podcast. And yeah, so working on a project that I don't really go into.
So but it's great at the same time too, because the barrier for entry is so low that you have all of these devs just kind of saturating the market or whatever. But at the same time, you have all of these game designers coming from it. I mean, not all of them stick around, but there's a lot of great ones that are coming from it. There's a lot of great games, or a lot of great genres.
If I shut up, you'll hear him talk.
Out of this. And like roguelites, for example, really popular right now. They're fun to play. It's a great evolution that took obviously a very long time to come from, but stuff like that is only possible because the barrier of entry has been lowered. So,
of course, that is fantastic, but it doesn't help you when you've got 10,000 other games out there.
See, wouldn't his voice be perfect?
In fact, because now you've got these really great games coming out, they have to compete against.
Yeah,
and some of these people, they already have a successful game. Now they have a budget. Now you have to compete against their budget as well. So you have to stand out that much more. And hope that they don't know what they're doing. Hope that they're just a one-trick pony. I'm just joking. You have to congratulate them, because they're doing a great job. And hope that there's room for more people in the market, because there really is. It's an endless market.
It is a huge market, and there's endless ideas as well. It can always be improved. Every game can be improved somewhere. So.
And it's so difficult that not everyone can do it. As low as they can make the barrier, game design is still difficult. And I think a lot of people, when they're not good at game design, they kind of fall back on the fact that, there's just so many games out there. The reality is that most of the games out there, there's tons of games out there. Most of them aren't designed very well.
There's his X account, his Twitter account there. I don't know if he'll respond to you there, but he might.
But you should definitely
5 years ago.
And look at your feedback.
Time
and
flies.
See if people are saying stuff about the game design, because if there's problems that need to be addressed, it's better to do it early than later.
Yeah, you can't just ignore any negative stuff. Sometimes it's.
But his voice would be perfect for that type of Stanley Parable.
It's difficult sometimes to see what's true and what's not true. Sometimes you get some really insane feedback. One time someone told me that my game wanted them, or made them want to kill themselves. Seriously, they told me that on Discord, and I don't know if they were being, sarcastic or whatever, but I told them thank you for the feedback, and I just kind of left it at that, because I knew that they were trying to use that as an insult. I wasn't really fearing that they were actually going to kill themselves over a video game that they apparently didn't like. So I just left it at that. Thank you for the feedback. And they responded with a whole bunch of actual valid feedback, which helped the game be better. So me just not falling into that trap made it good. So there's that.
Well, if you can come out in a positive light after that comment, you're doing well, because that's hard.
Right.
Anyways, we don't have to listen to the whole podcast, but his voice would be perfect for that type of Stanley Parable style narrator. So yeah, you should hit them up, and if you told them that Rick Oakland sent you, they would probably remember me, since they interviewed me. I've been on their other show a couple times as well. They played Source Hack for a little bit. So yeah. So it has been a couple years since we've chatted, but I don't think they would have forgotten me at this point. So they would probably be like, "Oh, Rick sent you? Oh, cool." And they may or may not be okay with the $50, but you never know. It's worth a shot, and maybe they'd be willing to do it just because you're an indie game thing and they're an indie game person, and It sounded like they were getting more and more interested in development, or at least managing a team or that kind of thing. So maybe they'd want that on their portfolio. Anyways, I don't think we need to go too crazy on this room. It's not supposed to look like, the other rooms. So I can't think of anything to put in this middle space, and we're probably getting really close on 184. We don't have many unique tiles left to use on this. So let's go ahead and grab this. We'll save it as an A sprite file. Button room. Oh, we do have a sprite file for that. Interesting. Well, now we've got two. And then we'll export it. We'll call it button room. We'll find button room. We'll copy it. We'll head over to this one. We'll paste it here. Replace it. And now we've got button room. And if we take a look, it says it's only using 83 tiles. So yeah, I'm not sure why there's a difference in the tile count, but I feel like this number isn't always accurate. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't really know what's going on with that, to be honest. We could get a third, what do they call that? Like if you go to the doctor, a third opinion. We can get a third opinion if we go to the tile count thing, this thing, and see what this one I trust. This one seems to be the most accurate. So we'll go ahead, we'll drop this file in here. And this one says 209. So I don't know. This one says that there's more. So that's kind of strange. Just a little strange. Either way, it's not giving us a warning here. Oh, now it is. Oh, now it's at 207. But we should be okay, because we're not using the UI, and that takes up like 100 tiles or something like that. 207. It should be okay. We'll test it to be sure. Yeah, actually, let's test it right now. And then another thing I want to do today, if we have time, is to make a pause menu. I got a really late start on the stream today, so we may or may not get to that. You know, sometimes that's the way she goes. Woke up like super late. Woke up at like 4. What is that sleep debt? That sleep debt built up, and all of a sudden I was like, I woke up after 8 hours of sleeping. I counted on my fingers how many hours I've been sleeping, and I was like, I don't care, I'm going back to bed. I went back to bed for another hour or 2. Can't remember. I went to bed at like 6, so 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. Yeah, so I went back to bed for 2 more hours. I woke up at 2 and was like, I'm still sleepy. Sleep schedule be damned. I'm still sleepy. So we'll see what the hell happens today. Oh, I should like race to the end. Alright, so it doesn't look like there's any issues, but it hasn't lit up with the thing, so that's not good because we wanted it to light up like that. So for whatever reason it didn't do that. Let's try to figure that out. So we have if very first day equals 0. Let's take a look at this. Oh, this should be set to 1. That's why. Duh. Let's try it again. But also, yeah, I've only had 1 cup of tea and I'm still sleepy, so I might have another cup of tea. Otherwise, I'll do this thing where I only sleep for 4 hours, wake up and be like, I can't go back to sleep. I am just not tired. And then I'll get stuck in this 4 hours of awake, 8 hours of 4 hours of sleep, 8 hours of awake, 4 hours of sleep, 8 hours of awake, 4 hours of sleep, 8 hours of awake. And that gets really messy. Like, all of a sudden, people will, like, need things from me, and I'll be, like, asleep at, like, a normal awake period. Or, like, I'll need to, like, do stuff that means I need to be awake for more than 4 hours, and I won't be able to stay awake for more than 4 hours without taking a nap, and that's not right. Yeah, so nothing. So it makes sure that you can't select anything. And I'm worried that people are going to think it's broken now. And since we're not using the UI, we can't have a pop-up that says, since it's the first day. But what we can do is put a scene in between that is just text. And maybe we should do that. So what we'll do is we'll make a... Let's turn the music back on. We'll make another explanation one. Do we have that in layers? I guess we don't need it in the layers. We'll skip that. And so yeah, we'll make a new explanation. This will be... I don't know. I feel like I'm not sure when this should say. Maybe even say it twice on the first day. So that way people realize, oh, they might think that's a bug too. Anyways, let's just make it and then we'll decide later. So we'll just... Oh, I guess we'll keep the continue thing there. Nothing is normal. Oh, that's too long. Nothing is normal on day one. Man, it's so hard because everything can't be spaced out properly. It just feels so wrong. I don't like on day one because the days reset and then it doesn't go back to normal. So the very first day, maybe. We need the right color. The very first day. Man, that looks terrible. Nothing is normal the very first day. Maybe we scooch it all down and then fill this in, then we make it 20 and we say important. That's too big. We'll make it 16. I feel like this one should be scooched over. It's a hard decision to make though. Maybe this one goes there then. Nothing is normal the very first day. Maybe this gets scooched over now. Important. Nothing is normal the very first day. I think this will work, so we'll save it as, we'll call it explanation 3. And I think if we do it at the start, that should be fine, because I've seen other games do it that way, so that should be okay. We'll make a new scene. You know what we'll do is we'll copy one of these. That way we can have all the things. However, it should lead to the first day. And start should lead to this new explanation thing. Alright, so we need to name this explain 3. We'll change this. We need to add it to the thing. So we've got explanation 3, copy it. We'll add it to the backgrounds folder. We'll paste it here. There it is. So now we'll change this to explain 3. And it says it's over, but only by a couple, so that should be fine. And that way you get this explanation even if you skipped this. It does say it there. I don't think we need to say it a third time. if we could use UI on this, I feel like it would be good to do it there. But we could just give it the negative sound effect. There is a way to just add text. Draw text. And then we could put it on the bottom. Nothing is normal the very first day. So that should fix it. Let's test how this works. There is an ad break. I'm gonna make some tea real quick before it gets too late, and then I'd be over caffeinated because it's already 11. But I had a late start today, so yeah. I'm gonna do that. We'll be right back. Okay, I've returned. Thank you for the patience. Sorry about the ad break, and I've got my tea, so we're all set here. We're gonna test what we did here real quick. Important, nothing is normal the very first day. Nothing is normal the very first day. Oh, there's like a T at the end of that. Why did that happen? What if we put an exclamation point there? That might help. That's weird that there was a T at the end there. Probably has something to do with too many tiles. Stray Bolts, oi, welcome in. We're just making some small changes to these last rooms to make things a little bit more polished. How are you doing today, Stray Bolts? Welcome in. So now it says important, nothing is normal the very first day. And if we run to the end, we click the yes button. Nothing is normal the very first day. So for whatever reason, that extra T that we were getting there, I fixed it by putting the exclamation point. So that works. Nothing is normal the very first day. So we need to fix that room. Now if we run to the end, if we hit this button, it doesn't do that thing, and yeah, so that works. All right, so another thing that I wanted to do, and we'll do this first, but just so I'm, wording my thoughts here, we want to make it so it does a 50-50 chance of being normal or not. So like right now, it's like a 1 in 50 chance of it being normal, and that's just not often enough. It should be 50-50. There's 2 buttons, it should be a 50-50 chance, because right now it's just like it's almost always going to be yes, except for on the 5th day, which is always no. So that's kind of ridiculous that we can cheat that way. It shouldn't be that easy to cheat. Doing well? Glad to hear it, Stray Bolts. Glad to hear it. I'm doing well as well. Had a slow, late start to the day. Things are going good, though. Yeah, I woke up, and I hopped on Twitch right away to watch a chiptune artist that I like stream. She does LSDJ stuff. We can shout her out. I can remember how to spell her name. Chemixzeal. I think that's it. Yeah, I spelled it right. They're super cool. They do some really cool LSDJ stuff, and they also play games. But I love it when they do LSDJ stuff. That's like, so if I see that, I'll just like drop everything and watch them because they're just so good at it. Anyway, so yeah, I woke up and they were already streaming. They were already about an hour or 2 into their stream. So I caught the end of their stream and did my morning routine, which is to exercise. And they finished up their stream while I was exercising, and then I hopped on the exercise bike and played some Valheim while I did that. Oh, you mentioned her last time I was around. Yeah, she's super cool. So I got to see her do some LSDJ this morning, and that always brightens my day. But yeah, then I played some Valheim, and then by the time I was done with Valheim, it was already getting dark out. Like, I only spent like an hour on the exercise bike, but it was already starting to get dark out. And I was like, oh, snap. So I had to like make food because I was like hungry at that point. And then after I made food, I was like, I need to stream. It's already like 8:30 or like 9 o'clock. And I was like, but shit, man, I really need to take a shower first. So I took a shower, then I started streaming. It was like 10 o'clock by the time I started streaming, almost 10 o'clock. What is it? We're at an hour and 18 minutes. So yeah, it was close to 10 o'clock by the time I started streaming. So late day for me, but it's going well so far. So we can do something similar with this room and just kind of dither the walls. In fact, we could probably take a lot from this and just put it in there. And I think that'll be okay. It doesn't have to be like a fully done room. Let's just grab everything, copy it. We'll open the other one, correct in a row room, and we'll make a new layer, and we'll just paste it right over the top of it. Oh, you know what we want? We want all of this merged is what we want. So we'll do flatten visible, and then we'll grab the flatten layer, copy all of that, and we've got this new layer here. We'll paste it there. So obviously we need to change this top part and just get rid of that. Now it says correct in a row. So these here and this here, we can get rid of those. And it's nice that this has those, but I feel like this pixel needs to go. Yeah. Cryptic says I'm back. Welcome back. I didn't realize you left, but welcome back. I've got my tea, and the world is a better place now. So we can grab the door from this room. There we go. Copy the door. Throw it onto this layer there. That looks good. So now we need to fill in these gaps, which is a little difficult because they were never drawn in the first place. Also, let's just go back. Yeah, so those were never drawn in the first place, so that makes it difficult. So we might just draw it by hand. We can start with this, and that probably actually works. We could try the same with this, but yeah, that's not gonna work as well. I don't know, maybe it does work. I feel like we should at least put this pixel there. And this pixel there. Oh wait, I put the wrong one there. That one there. Maybe we do all four, like that one. And then this one. And then this one. There's that. So maybe we do that. I don't know. I guess I forgot to say BRB. No worries, no worries. I don't think you missed too much. But welcome back, welcome back. Are you working right now, or what are you up to, Cryptic? Got the Friday blues. At work, yeah, that sucks, man. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh. So I think that works. Going to also do some planning for the game dev. Nice, nice. It's always nice when you're at work and you can have a chance to think about upcoming shit. When I was working at Frame Shop, I did a lot of the like assembly line shit, you know, like same thing over and over and over again. Cutting mats, cutting mats, cutting mats, lasering mats, lasering mats, lasering mats, cutting whatever, you know, cutting shit, lots of cutting shit, and it would give me a chance to like think about things, you know. Sometimes you enter like a theta state when you're like doing repetitive tasks like that. And I'd come up with like really good ideas, and I would just like stop what I was doing for a second, write the idea down in the memo on my phone, and then get back to work right away. So, you know, I wouldn't get in trouble or anything like that. But I definitely came up with some good ideas that way. Got to decide on 4 levels, 2 known backrooms levels, and 2 cool ones that don't get shown in games often. I also came up with another game idea for a small personal project, so now I got two set for the same universe. Oh, cool. Is it the same universe as the Frontrooms Normalities? No, I'm just giving you a hard time. I think this is what we want, so we can save this and we'll export it as that. And we'll throw it into the right folder. In here somewhere. Correct in a row room PNG. Copy that. Paste it here. Pasty doodle. Paste a doodle. And there we go. We've got our thing there. If we click on it, this one's only at 184. It's interesting. All of those things made a difference. And then there's the you win. I kind of want the you win to be like a cool drawing and then like make it different each time, depending on your difficulty, right? So like 3 different rooms, or 3 different you win screens. But a pause menu is probably more important. And we could just duplicate the options menu and remove that, right? So we'll bring it back to how it was. So it should be fairly easy to do. Menu options. I think it's actually in this one. Yeah. So look, we've already got it here. So for this, what we'll do is we'll make a new layer, and then we'll remove options. Oh. Where is the other options? This one is options. So we'll make this one be pause, and we'll just make it say pause. We want it to be the right color though, so we'll click on this one and then do pause. That looks bad. Let's try it, the small one. We can put it in the middle, it doesn't make a difference. Where is the middle? Alright, so that's the middle. And yeah, so pause, BGM on, sound effects on, and exit. And that way we can not have to worry about them changing the difficulty mid-game, because that would kind of throw some things off. You might be able to get stuck in an infinite loop that way, right? If you go past day 10 and then set it to 10 days, you could go infinitely and it would eventually break the game. So this will work for that. We'll export it. Well, first of all, let's save it because we made that change, and then we'll export it as, we'll call it pause menu. Trello has been really helpful keeping track. Yeah, no, I love Trello. Also working on a story thing for YouTube with my sister. Interesting. Is that like a what kind of thing is that? Like a narrative thing? Obviously. I'm just interested. Yes, we've got this. We'll grab it from here, copy it, we'll paste it into this one. Alright, so now we've got a pause menu. We'll take the options menu and we will copy it and paste it here. But yeah, I love Trello. It's funny because that same frame shop that I worked at, we used Trello to track all of the projects that we were working on at work, and when I was interviewed for the job, or actually after the interview, after I'd already gotten the job, they were like, "We use Trello. Have you ever heard of Trello?" I was like, "I use it all the time." Yeah, that's like my thing. I use it for game dev stuff like all the time. And they're like, "Wait, you use it for game dev?" I was like, Yeah, I know a lot of game developers use Trello. It's very useful for software development. They're like, oh, well, we use it to keep track of our projects. So I was like, oh, well, that's cool. I already know it inside and out. I've already got an account and all this stuff. It's like, all right, well, you need to make a second account for us. So now I have 2 Trello accounts. But yeah. Choose your own adventure, like story of 2 siblings getting lost in the back rooms. They're trying to find each other and then try to find a way out. Okay, so of course you can't use choose your own adventure because that's copywritten. But you can use that style. There was like a whole thing where like people were coming up with different ways to say that. Pick your own choose venture, I think was one of them. Pick your own choose venture. That one works pretty well. But yeah, I used to love those books when I was a kid. I had this Mario choose your own adventure one. I don't know how many they made with the Mario theme. It was probably pretty easy to find. Oh, apparently they made a bunch of them. So yeah, I think I had this one. Let's see. We look at the image in a new tab. Get a little closer to it. Doors to Doom. I think this is what it was. No, it was this one. This is the one we had. Koopa Capers. This is the one. I remember it very clearly now. It wasn't a terribly great book, to be honest, but it was fun because it was like choose your own adventure, you know? But even these couldn't be called choose your own adventure. They knew better than that, because these are official Nintendo. Although this one doesn't have the seal. Oh, it does. It's just very small in the corner. I think this might have been the first one. No, it was 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're numbered in the corner. It's weird that they changed the seal just for that one. Maybe they didn't want it covering up the artwork or something. I don't know. I didn't know they had a Zelda one. There are 2 Zelda ones. Not using the name. It's just gonna be a vote at the end of the video. They can decide where the characters go next, and my sister and I will write each of the siblings' point of view. Oh, well, that's cool. I like that idea. Or I like both of those ideas. The idea of like siblings working together to write siblings' parts. I think that's cool. And then also to ask for comments on which direction to go. I think that's smart in a couple different ways. One, because it's interactive for the audience. 2, because it generates comments. And a third reason is because it's I don't know. I guess it's kind of the same as the first reason. That you know, are I don't know. Well, it's like, it's kind of unique, right? It's kind of like that Bandersnatch episode from Black Mirror. So this one will change to pause. And we got to make some adjustments here. So we only need 3 of these. And this one needs to be scooched over to there. These 2 are fine. Set loaded options. We don't need this last one anymore, so we'll get rid of that. We no longer need the left button, so we can get rid of that. And then we need to reset these back to how they were, which is a little annoying, but I didn't think of it until after. So we set the 3 options, 0, 1, and 2. Options menu. So when it's at 0 and we hit up, go to 3. We want that to be 2. When it's at 1 and we go up, we set it to 0. When it's at 2 and go up, we set it to 1. That should be good. This one. Oh, that's what we just did, isn't it? Yep. Alright, so that's fine. We'll go to the down button now. And this one we want set to 3 also. If it's at 0 and we hit down, it goes to 1. If it's at 1 and we hit down, it goes to 2. If it's at 2 and we hit down, it now goes to 0. That should fix that. Now, I think there might be something we need to do on this one also. Yeah. So, this one we can get rid of. This one we can get rid of. And this one we need to scooch over. So it's going to start at BMG, so we don't need to do that at the beginning. Or when it's at 0. Unique backroom style at the least. Yeah, no, I think that's unique. Well, I don't know. I've never seen anything like that on YouTube where it's like the story doesn't finish and the viewers finish the story. I think that's unique. I mean, maybe it's not like the first time anything like that has ever happened, but I've never seen anything like that, so it feels unique to me. It's unique enough, let's put it that way, I guess. Alright, so if it's at 1, then that happens, and then these other ones get set to black. We'll scooch this one over to there, and then this one we don't need. And then when it's at 2, we need to scooch this over to that. and then those two, and then this one is no longer needed. And then when it's at 3, it should never get to 3. There should only be 3 options. You don't need that, and so that should fix that. However, when you go to hit the A, B buttons, we want to change this to 3 options also. So when it's set to 0, you know, actually, wait, yeah, we're just gonna do that. So when it's set to 0, it does the BGM, that's fine. When it's set to 1, it does the sound effects, that's fine. Those haven't changed. When it's set to 2, we're no longer gonna do any of this. So we'll remove those. But what we want to do is we're going to use the stack. So we're going to restore the previous scene from stack is what we need to do. So that means we need to ensure that there is something in the stack before you get there. And also, it seems like this is still there, so let's get rid of that so it doesn't freak me out later. So if we set this back to 4, we can see that it's still there. We're gonna get rid of that and then set it back to 3, and now that line is gone. The hard part will be keeping my sister and I on track. We both procrastinate. Well, what a lot of developers do is they come up with a schedule. And you know, a deadline. And if you don't make the deadline, then that's generally bad. And then you have to make up for it and readjust your deadlines and all of that. So what people do, at least in the game dev world, is they come up with a deadline and then they come up with milestones, right? And you can do as many milestones as you need, and you can even do milestones for each milestone, right? So say the deadline to have the video done is like 2 weeks from now. Well, maybe you want a milestone at 3 days, a milestone at 6 days, a milestone at, you know, 2 or 1.5 weeks, and then the deadline, right? So 3 milestones. You know, you don't have to space them out evenly either. You can space them out based on the project. So if you want to make sure you get a start on it, then it's good to have an early milestone. So if you haven't done anything by the first 3 days, then you'll know you have to readjust all of your milestones and possibly the deadline. And you'll know that you need to pick up the pace because you've been slacking. And it at least like catches you early. And then if you hit that milestone, then and you know you're on track, then you know it should be helpful to hit the next one, knowing that you're on track. I don't know. It's just something to think about, of course. There is another one. And I stopped using this one because it got kind of slow, and I'm trying to remember what it's called. Hack something. Shit. Or no, maybe it was Taiga? Taiga Tracker? Yeah, Taiga Tracker. Although I don't know if it's free anymore. Oh yeah, there is a free version. unlimited number of users, unlimited number of projects, estimation tool, translated in 20 languages. But you don't get premium support, whatever that means. But it sounds like 70 pounds a month is kind of expensive for just premium support. Anyways, there's one that is self-hosted, and that might actually be better. Anyways, what's cool about Taiga, and I don't know if I still have a Taiga account.
Be careful, it's a trap!
It's a trap, no. I do, I still have a Taiga account, so I can show you. And it looks different. They've changed the website, so maybe it's better. Alright, so that's nothing. Let's go back. So this is my project. Retro Spaceball. Scrum. There used to be a lot more with this. Backlog? Ah, here we go. So this is what I found the most interesting part about this software, was that you can set up your sprints, and then this is your user stories. So this is everything that still needed to be done in the game. I don't know. Oh, so there's a doom line, right? So if you're not meeting your optimal pending points, then you can put things under the doom line. So those are things that you may or may not get to, depending on how well your sprints go. But you can see the burn down of your user stories, and this is the optimal pending points. So you can see I was below that while I was tracking it up until 2003. But the real issue is that so many user stories needed to get added, and it was slowing down, and every time I dragged and dropped them, it's working much better now, but it wasn't able to do that before. I would put them in the sprint, and it would like take forever to load. So it's gotten better, so that's good. But yeah, obviously I stopped using this back in 2023. So but I did fix this. This is actually in the game. This is in the game, I believe. I'm not quite sure what a safe wall is anymore. Oh no, I did put that in. That was like the checkpoint. Animated bug boss face explosion. I made that. That's in there. Should be visual feedback for impact power up. I put that in there. Fix muting bug on sliders. I don't know if I fixed that, to be honest. Tube sound effects. I put that in there. There's a sprint task board. I don't know. Anyways, so I was using this as like a supplemental thing for Trello. Trello was like my go-to, and when this got overcomplicated, I just went back to using only Trello. But honestly, the Trello is now so stacked with stories or cards, right, that it would have been like a whole nother job to import them into this one to see the actual project burn down. But it would have been cool to see that. But yeah, it's just so, I don't know, there's so many things that need to be cut from the game now. I really need to readdress like everything with it, and that's coming up. That's coming up in the future. I'm still gearing up myself for that. It's a big undertaking, so but I really do want to finish Retro Spaceball. But yeah, something like this might be good for a small project, and like I said, they did fix the website, so it's looking much better now. It's much faster. Kind of makes me want to start using it again, to be honest. But mostly just for this chart, to keep track of how much you need to get done to make it how many sprints it will be, right? That kind of thing. But yeah, 72 closed. Show closed sprints. So you can see all of these sprints were ones that I actually was using the software for. I don't know how to work any of this. But yeah, you could like put attachments in and comment it and use this as a team or whatever. And then you assign points to each thing. For me, it was just finish points. It was mostly design, and I was anything that was like software development, like programming, I considered front, and then I didn't ever assign back because there was no networking. And then UX obviously was for UX or UI even. I would put UI in there, but UX was more like testing actually. But yeah, design could cover UI. I kind of wish that you could rename these points, to be honest, to like better fit the project. I'm pissed with Trello now. Why are you pissed with Trello now? I haven't used Trello in a while. They keep changing it, so maybe they changed something. But the YouTuber that I do work for uses Trello. Everyone uses Trello. Trello's just a good tool. It deleted the storyboard card that I had all the plots for my big game. Well, that ain't cool. It deleted the whole list, or just one card? Because if it's not even archived. Yeah, I was gonna say maybe it never saved it. That's really weird. Did you do it on mobile? Or did you do it on the PC? Maybe it never synced. Maybe there was a syncing issue. It deleted almost everything. Well, that's scary. That makes me want to check the Retro Spaceball Trello. On mobile. Maybe that has something to do with it. I use mobile to look at things, but I hardly ever use it to write stuff. I remember we had, when I was at the frame shop, most of the team was using it on mobile, and there was always like a bit of a lag, or like weird things would happen, cards would jump around, and we always blamed it on the mobile app. But do I have nightmares because the Retro Spaceball Trello board is nightmarish. All of these lists are really big, by the way. So, what we can do, I think we can zoom out. Yes, we can zoom out. We can zoom out so you can see the madness. And we can't even see all the madness. Hey, what if we do this? Now you can see the madness. So that was dragged all the way up to my second monitor. That's why you could still see the bottoms then. But yeah, some of these lists are pretty big. And then other ones aren't as big. Of course, you can't read anything this far away. And then a lot of this stuff is actually really old. Yo, Pokecatch, welcome in, Taco Crepe. Let's get a shout out for Taco Crepe. Hope you're doing well. Everyone should check out Taco Crepe if they haven't. They do pixel art, and I may have talked them into doing GB Studio development. We'll have to see on that, but they do pixel tubers and left my ass off, had to try. Hey, it's worth a shot. It's worth a shot. They do pixel art and Sprite, and they were doing pixel tubers on their stream. Super cool stuff. Go check them out. Give them a follow. Show them there's some support. I think they are on the road to affiliate, so help them out with that. Give them a follow. Give them some view time, and I'm sure they'll appreciate that. It's important to help out new streamers, and they're a cool streamer regardless of being new or not. So check them out. So all of this is audio. This is bugs and user stories. So that's kind of a big one. More bugs and user stories. So it was so big that I cut it into 2 parts. That's not a good sign. Next up, important tasks. So these are basically this is just cut it a 4th time, and then this one is another one. Next up, probably. Really next up, probably. And then we've got the dev task list, which is just another list of things fixed but needs testing. So this is stuff that I've actually done but haven't tested. Less important physics tasks, new physics tasks, priority physics tasks. So when I redid all the physics of Retro Spaceball, I started adding all these physics lists so that way I could better track what I was actually working on. Hub world explore mode task. So I'm actually planning on cutting the hub world. I'm not positive on that, but I think that might be the way we go. I'm not on the auto shout anymore. I'm taking that. Your commander ship, take that. So something's not working with the auto shots today. I don't know why. Cryptic didn't get one. And now Lumby didn't get one. Everyone should check out Lumby. They're fantastic. I don't know why auto shoutouts aren't working. Maybe I need to log in the Streamlabs. That's usually what handles it. Maybe my Streamlabs spot isn't working. But thanks for pointing that out. Let me make sure it's still turned on. It says it's turned on. I'll turn it off and then turn it back on. Maybe that'll work. And while I'm here, I'll add Taco Crepe to the list. Taco who? What, you don't know Taco Crepe yet? Wait, is it working now? It looks like it's working. Wait, oh, you shouted out Cryptic. Okay, never mind. Because I did shout out Cryptic earlier. Big Lumpy's like, no, I do not. Well, they're in chat, so say hi to Taco Crepe. Taco Crepe's super cool. They do pixel art. What is this Taco Crepe? It's a username. Henlo, there you go. So I use Streamlabs CloudBot for that. It's free, and sometimes it doesn't work apparently. But yeah, it is a thing. You can do automatic shoutouts. You can set it to work for any streamer, but I do mine manually. Like I set them manually, so that way it doesn't just like shout out any streamer who walks in. Only people that I know are cool, basically. Only streamers that I suggest that we support. So it just doesn't shout out every single streamer. One thing that can happen, you make a cool list. Yeah, exactly. I make a cool list. Oh, that's so cool. I'm discovering so much extensions over at your stream. Oh, well, I'm glad to help. Yeah, honestly, I use Mix It Up for like a lot of stuff, and Kixie showed me this, but Mix It Up is super cool. It handles like most of my stream. Yeah, Big Lumbee uses it as well. Like I've got all these commands, like for Retro Spaceball, we've got these commands. So like if I type any one of these in chat, it'll do something if it doesn't break. Yeah, there's the worm boss. So what I did was I made a video in Unity of my game with a blue screen, and then I recorded that video and put it into an overlay on Mix It Up, and then synced Mix It Up to OBS, and then made a command in Mix It Up to play that video. And then I made a little GIF in the overlay that randomly shows commands. So if you're paying enough attention, it finds commands. Oh my god, you can program that. Yeah. So it's like I said, it was kind of a conglomerate of things, right? Like a culmination of different things. Not a conglomerate, but a culmination of different things. I used Unity to make the game, and then I also used Unity to make a special level that was set up for the stream with like a blue background, so I could color key it out in OBS, right? And then I linked up Mix It Up to OBS to have its a separate overlay that has that color key on it, the chroma key. And then I'm using the command, because Mix It Up is like a bot, but it's like a standalone thing. So it uses the standalone thing, and yeah, it's a bit confusing. There's tutorials online though, so it's not impossible to learn. Also, Lumbee likes to teach people about it. Let me catch up on chat here. Yeah, use Mix It Up. Oh, thank you. I'll check it out. Absolutely, yeah. Oh my god, you can program that. I read that. Taco Crepe, I'm gonna guess you stream as well, in which case I'm going to check you out. 1 second. Yeah, check out Taco Crepe. Give them a follow. They're shooting for affiliate soon, I imagine, and give them your support because they deserve it. They're really cool. Okay, this sounds like fun. Yeah, it's there's a learning curve to it, but it's not too bad. There's a lot of tutorials, and there's a lot of things you can do with it. For example, I made a slots game. So there's 2 slots games that happen at once when I hit that. So I made one that has the symbols, and then Stream Avatars has its own slot game, and they both run when you hit the slots. So it's like I lost the one, but I won the other. I just got coins on Stream Avatars, so I won the other, and now it's gonna tell me I won 5 coins from the slots. So it's a little confusing, but yeah. I'll follow all of you here too, since you all stream too, I think. Cryptic streams, Lumbee streams. That's pretty much everyone that's hanging out here right now. Wallace, I don't think Wallace streams. I don't know if Stray Bolt streams. Anyone who streams, speak up or forever hold your peace. My mod Kixie is super cool. She streams indie games. I try to get her to do art, but I don't think she's gonna do it live anytime soon. Stray Bolt does not streams, does no streams. I am sorry to hear that, but thank you for hanging out. We would give you a follow if you did though, so if you ever think about it, let us know and we'll give you a follow. But yeah, we're usually happy to follow other people that do, especially art, pixel art and stuff like that. There's only so many of us out there, so we all gotta kind of work together. Another pixel artist that's really cool, and she's streaming right now, so if you get bored of my stream, you can head over there. Make sure I'm spelling it right. Peanut Pump, she's super cool. She's got like 77 people in her chat right now, but she does pixel art. She also does traditional digital, or digital art, right? Non-pixel digital art, I guess. And very cool person. There's another one that I'm trying to remember how to spell it. Yeah. This person, they are like a pro when it comes to pixel art. They are like really, really big in the pixel art scene, but their stream is actually really small. So it's a good place to hang out and watch. I think they stream on weekends. Saturday and Sunday, I want to say. Oh my god, their style is so clean. Which one? HBY? Yeah, they do some really, really cool stuff. If you look them up on like the Pixel social media sites, they are there. I think they have a DeviantArt as well. But yeah, I'm not actually on any pixel art social media sites yet. I want to, but I need to like get my shit together and like actually buckle down and do that. I'm always doing game dev stuff and it just like takes up all my time, but I do have a lot of pixel art pieces, so like at this point I could share some of them online and try to make some pixel friends, but right now it's just mostly Twitch and game dev. And since I do pixel art for my games, I meet a lot of pixel art Twitch streamers. And then there's also one other one, RSVP ASAP. I think that's how she spells it. And they're super cool. They do pixel art and Game Maker Studio. So like they do a little bit of game dev, a little bit of pixel art in Sprite, and they're making a game called My Tiny Park, I think is what it's called. And I should really add their Steam to their shout out. Oh, got the sound. So yeah. If you want to follow RSVP ASAP, anyone who's interested in Game Maker Studio and pixel art and Sprite, they're super cool, and you can wishlist their game on Steam. They've been making it for quite some time now, and it's really coming along. I'm gonna add that to their shout out, so that way when we shout them out, they get a link for their game. We can find them. Are they not on here? Ah, there they are. Alright, so that's done. But yeah, lots of cool people. Managing socials is pretty hectic, yeah. I just started a Battle of the Bits account for Chiptune, and there's graphics stuff on there too. I'm not sure if you've ever heard of this before, but one of our friends, I can shout them out too, Puke7, who is actually doing retro commercials right now. They do ASM, so assembly language, for the NES, and they're actually porting a Construct game to NES. There was like a Kickstarter, and they got hired through this Kickstarter to port this game to NES, and they're super cool. But they have a website called Battle of the Bits, and let's see if I can do this. Copy that. So Battle of the Bits, at first I thought it was just chiptune, but it's actually chiptune graphics. There's game jams. So I believe are there pixel art battles, Lumbee? They have. I know they have ASCII art battles, but do they have pixel art battles? I think like MS Paint battles or something like that. Yes, Lumbee has all the answers when it comes to Battle of the Bits. But yeah, it's a super cool website. Oh my god, this website reminds me of the old internet. Yeah, it is a 20-year-old website, so that could be part of that. But it's still growing, slowly but surely. But Puke7 actually made the website. He actually started the whole community, and it's taken a while, but it's really built up a nice community there. Like the old RPG Maker forums I used to go to 18 years ago. Yeah, that makes sense. That's about the same timeline. And what's cool about Battle of the Bits is that it actually is like an RPG type experience, right? You level up and you can have like this digital currency on there, and nice work with the jump game. Still the jump master. And yeah, it's a really cool place. So I'm definitely trying to branch out as far as the low spec arts. I am still the king. Yes, you are. So I feel like we got this, but there's no way to get there. So we need to make it so on every single scene, you're able to go to the start menu. And maybe we only need to do it from here. And do what? Button. Attach button. Attach script to button. So we'll make it start and select maybe. And we'll make it go to. We'll have it change the scene, but before we change the scene, we want to store the current stack on the scene. And then we'll go to pause. Oh, we didn't name it. So this one's still called options. We'll name it pause. Oops. Pause menu. Lumbee says, I'll say this about Battle of the Bits. It is effectively my portfolio due to how many graphic battles I've entered. Yeah, you are like a really big person on there. I was surprised with how many awards you have and all that. I have to go work. Just got chaotic, all because people can't read. Oh no. Well, I hope that everything goes okay, and do your best to enjoy your day at work. Sorry that things are hectic. So I think this should work. I think we only need to attach it once. So let's give this a shot. Welcome back from the ad. Sorry about that. Taco Crip says, yeah, it's a great way to practice. Yeah, and like Lumbee is I would say a generalist because they have so many skills. I mean, I can't speak for Lumbee because I don't know all of their skills, but they have a lot of skills. And when it comes to Battle of the Bits, they kind of have branched out quite a bit on Battle of the Bits. Lumbee, if you want, you can share your Battle of the Bits profile. I'm not sure if that's something you want, but I can speak for Lumbee because I am Lumbee. Exactly. Speak for yourself, Lumbee. I'm not trying to. I'll vouch for you, but I'm not trying to say what you are or what you aren't. Lumbee, have you done any game development at all? Is that something that you've thought of? I always try to push people towards game development, especially when they have so many talents that game development already encompasses. All right, so now we're in the first room. We hit start, and we have this. We hit exit, and we go back to that. So that's good. What happens if we go here? So it only works on the rooms that we put it on. So we need to go through every single room and put that script on there. So this is going to take a second, but it'll be worth it in the end. I've done some graphics for Magnet Mike, but outside of that, nah. But I have contemplated it. Right on, right on. Well, it is getting easier every day. And I'm sure there's a game engine that suits you. Finding time for it is the most difficult part. Oh, we need to make a group. Oh wait, no, that is a group. We've already got it. I'm like double thinking, overthinking. So every single room needs this on its inits. This would have been faster if I would have thought of this sooner. And that's what I was those are my thoughts as I went to bed last night. I was like, man, we should have done this from the start. But this isn't taking too long. This one's already got it. Alright, so on to the next. We'll just start in the upper right. And we'll move across. Yeah, but this isn't going too slow. This is, I mean, we're already past room 1. We're a quarter of the way of room 2. Room 2 is done. On to room 3. Big Lumpy says, anyway, let's see here. From Battle of the Bits major battles, there's 2 best overalls. First in the entire battle, 5 ANSI golds. First in the format, 2 teletext gold, a pixel gold, a PCX81 gold, 801 gold that was a giant collab. As well, there's a couple of ZX Beep and ASCII medals, a Snibbit Tracker medal. I've never heard of Snibbit Tracker, by the way. And hundreds of medals and tin cans from minor battles like 1 hour battles. So safe to say, me and Battle of the Bits go a ways back. Well, that's awesome. I think that's fantastic that you've developed such a portfolio, as you said, on Battle of the Bits. So Lumbee, I have a question. You said that you can't have posted the music anywhere else before you post it onto there. The same rules apply for art, I imagine, then? And then also, what if you posted a game that uses the music, but you didn't post the music anywhere? Does that count? Or is that like skirting the line? Yeah, it's quite a portfolio too. Correct. Oh my god, that's a sick portfolio. I wish I knew about this back then, LMAO. Correct as in, no, you would not be able to post music from a game that you made? Kinda skirting the line, but an admin would probably scrub you for it. Ah, I see, I see. What about something that you made, but never posted anywhere? Is that okay? Like, I've never posted any of my LSDJ stuff anywhere. I haven't even put it on my stream. That's okay? Right on. course, I don't think my LSDJ stuff is good enough, so I would probably want to make new stuff, so long as you haven't published it anywhere else and it fits the battle. And then what about music that's only been on my stream? Does that count? It's not exactly published, but it's on YouTube, so I guess that would probably count. You probably wouldn't be able to use that then, because you could go to my VODs and hear it, but you couldn't like download it. I don't know. Did I already do these ones? I already did these ones. Now I'm just making sure I didn't miss anything because I'm blabbing while I'm working. Alright, so everything has that. It's kind of scaring the line as well, but if it's found out, it would probably be a scrub-worthy thing. As well as an admin would tell you to resubmit should it be found out that it was published beforehand. And now I'm not trying to, you know, like, I'm not trying to fix the system or like, or trick anyone, or like, I'm just trying to figure out what the rules are. But yeah, it makes sense. But now after you've posted it in the battle and after the battle's over, then you can post it anywhere else? Is that the case? Correct, okay. Well, I guess you don't need the pause menu on the start screen. Alright, so now the pause menu should work on any level, on any room. There's a lot of rooms, but it should work on all of them. You're asking questions. This is what 90% of noobs don't do, so good job. Yeah, well, I mean, it sounds like there's a pretty big, like, moderation portion of the website, so I don't want to piss anyone off, you know what I mean? I don't want to be like, because I mean, it's really, and not to put the website down, but it's kind of, you know, all of the information is kind of scattered, it seems like. I mean, I know you showed me where it was all at, so that's helpful for sure. But as a noob, just like looking at the web page, like there's a lot of information that like is only on the submission page, or like you have to look through it in the moderation type stuff, and like there's no easy guide. There's no guide that's just like, by the way, all of this information is the most important, and here's the secondary most important, and the third most important, you know. It's just kind of like, it seems like you either know or you don't know, and if you don't know, then you could get yourself in trouble. So I just don't want to get in trouble. I don't want to get kicked out. I want to be friends with the cool people. All right, so we've got that. We can hit the button there. That works. We can go over to this room and hit the button there, and that works. Actually, it stays on exit too, which is kind of nice, right? It remembers. But there is a weird thing in that where, like, if you were to alright, there's no way to reset it either, but if you reset it using that, and then you go to this one and then go to that one, well, I guess you're forced to go to that one, and then you're forced to go to that one, and then you go here. See, there's the bug. See what I'm saying? It needs its own UI variable, otherwise you can set it to 4, which is exit, and then you can't, you're soft locked here. So I'm glad that I recognized that bug before it happened. Kixie, welcome in. For some reason my auto shoutouts are not working today. Everyone should check out Kixie if they haven't. Call me Kixie, there she is. Kixie is awesome. She does Oh, thank you, Lumbee. I appreciate that. Why is your dingle censored for me? That sounds so hilarious. It's funny to hear someone who doesn't know about puke and his dingle talk about his dingle. But yeah, Call Me Kixie's super cool. She does indie games. She's the last playing Hypnospace. She streams tomorrow, so give her a follow. Check out her stream schedule, and Kixie doesn't know about the dingle either, so there's that. Why is your dingle censored for me? I don't understand how you even know what a dingle is. Are you hanging out on Battle of the Bits? Because that sounds like something that Battle of the Bits would say. Because that's a very puke thing to say. Oh. It's a very puke thing to say. I keep on clicking on stuff that I'm not trying to click on. Okay, so dingle is a Guntner thing. Yeah, I was actually gonna pull up Guntner. The word dingle is censored? On where? On the stream? Because you're saying it, and it's not. Level 0 noob Twitch here. Gunter doesn't talk, wink. Not Gunter, Guntner. There's a difference, Kixie. We're going to the Guntner Twitch page, or itch page. So this is Guntner. I purchased it for $4.20 1 year ago. It's free though. You can name your own price. And then there's no picture of, but it says save the dingle. On the chat though, it might be my settings. Oh, it might just be a Twitch thing. I don't know. I want to try it. Dingle. I guess it's cause I'm the person. It doesn't do it for me. I'm the streamer. Pingle dingle. Your dingle looks fine to me. Gunter is Guntner's cousin who takes care of the homestead while Guntner is off saving dingles. Never thought about that. Your dingle looks sick. Better save it. So if we watch the cartoon, or I mean the cartoon, the advertisement, I think you see the dingle very briefly at the end. Yes, there's the dingle. That's the dingle. Like this alien, not the spaceship and the skulls. Yeah, it's your settings. Interesting. Well, it's kind of a funny thing, right? Because there's dingleberries. So like if you call someone a dingleberry, that's kind of like a mean thing to say, right? Because a dingleberry, I don't know if you know, but it's something that sticks to your butt after wiping improperly, essentially. So it could be bits of toilet paper, it could be bits of whatever else, but it's generally a bad thing. But it's also funny. Oh, Kixie's learning. Kixie learned about the dingle today. She's taking notes on the dingle. That's hilarious. Alright, so we want to fix that bug, and the way we do that is by coming up with a new variable for not that one, but this other one. So this menu items one, we want to make a new pause UI menu item. So we'll rename it to pause UI menu item. And we should probably start it at the one that it should be, but we gotta set all of these to that before we do that. Otherwise I'll forget. Pause menu. Pause menu. And then we need it for the down button also. Pause menu. Pause menu. Alright, so that takes care of that, but now we need to switch these to pause menu. Actually, these are okay. And that's okay. So I think that should fix it. Oh wait, no, there's one other thing. This thing here needs to be paused also. And then I think everything else is okay. Yeah, so that should fix the pause bug. They really called it a berry. Yeah, a dingleberry. It's a thing. I wouldn't do an image search though. You need it for the dingle button as well. I don't know about the dingle button. What's the dingle button? Holy hell, you can have GIF profile pictures in Battle of the Bits. Oh, that's cool. I need to do that because mine's not a GIF, but it could be. Can we bring that back to modern internet? Right? Oh my gosh, that would be dope. There's something else that has GIFs. Some other social media that has GIFs. Oh, I can't remember. But let's see here. I think we fixed this. Let's test it. Make sure. We could have broke it. Could be breaking things. Could be broken. Big Lumpy with the jump game again. You got some jumps. But yeah, Battle of the Bits is interesting because it's like a battle of the bands, but for all of the low spec arts basically. So low spec arts, for those of you who don't know, is like anything that's like old school, basically. Chip tunes, like pixel art. I don't know. There's probably other things that low spec encompasses. ANSI, text-based graphics. Let's look it up. Low spec art. Well, there is a low spec website. But yeah, mostly just chiptune and pixel art and ANSI and text-based art, that kind of stuff. Anyways, we got this thing up. Let's test it out. So now if we go to options and then go, we'll change it to number of days, 30. We'll just go to this room, hit the button, and now we've got our thing. And now if we go to exit and then hit the button, it stays on exit. Break it down. Sound effects. There's like literally only 2 sound effects in the game right now, and they're kind of crap. Alright, but did we put in the new end room? I think we did. Yeah, we did. Alright, so all we really need now is sound effects and 3 different U windscreens. I'm kind of in the mood to make sound effects, but I don't really know what we need yet. I kind of want like maybe like a door creaking, and then like a like footsteps, right? For each time you go into a new room. And then we need like a positive and negative buzzer for when you hit the button and go into the door to tell you whether you got it right or wrong. And then and maybe like a generic button press when you hit the button, like a boom, boom, boom. And then maybe some UI sounds for the menus and stuff, like positive and negative, maybe a neutral one also. And that should be like all the sound effects we need. So maybe we should real quickly make those. I like using BFXR for sound effects. It does make them as 16-bit, so we'll have to downsample them to 8-bit, but it works really well. I've been using it for the sound effects for Pyrotoad and a lot of the sound effects for Retro Spaceball. And yeah, so what we'll do is we'll create a new sound and we'll just make a blip. And that sounds terrible, so we will make a new blip. I'm not really liking any of these blips. That one sounds kind of interesting. Maybe that could be our negative one. We could also... Alright, so we'll do this one. We'll rename it UI negative, and then we'll do FN for Frontrooms Normalities. We'll export that. We'll make a new folder for Frontrooms Normalities. Got that. There's a Chingling in chat if you want to catch the Pokemon. Alright, so we've got that. And then we can do we'll create a new one, and then we'll change the delta slide to that. Did that make a new sound? No, it didn't. So we'll just update the name. Although this one's more of a neutral one, isn't it? And we'll export that, and then we'll make a positive one. Kind of like that. Alright, this will be our positive one. And then we need like a noise. So we'll start with an explosion. That's definitely not what we want. We want to make it louder. We want to make it less punchy. You can even change it from white. We want more vibrato. This isn't really what I want. So I got a different idea. What if we just make the sound with our mouth? And this worked for some Pyrotoad stuff and definitely worked for Demon Fish Dead Ahead. So we've got it all already set up. So all I gotta do is get the right closeness to the mic. Check, check, 1, 2, check, check, 1, 2, check, 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 check. So something like that maybe. I think that might be perfect. So we'll just delete that, delete this. Then we want to get rid of all of the silence because it's for Game Boy. And again, because it's for Game Boy, we want to normalize it and compress it. We'll fade out the end just a little bit. I wonder if we want to like stretch it out a little bit. That's pretty creepy. Frightening. I feel like 10% is probably a good. Maybe we could fade it in a little bit. We can give it a EQ, oh, not an echo, an EQ. We don't want that much bass. But we do want to compress it again after that. We lost some volume. I don't know, it sounds like it's coming from my mouth, which isn't exactly what I want. So maybe we can give it some distortion. Oh, we hit it twice. Well, that sounds really weird. Sounds terrible, actually. Bit Crush, yeah. I don't think there's a great bit crusher on this, but distortion might be the best answer on here. Let's see. Oh, that's weird already. That actually sounds cool though. But I don't know if I like it. Also, it's like real weird that it's on one side, not the other. So what if we copy it and paste it there, and then we invert this one, and then we cut it, and then can't we... Isn't there a way to crossfade it? Although I'm not sure if that would work either. Maybe we need to make a new audio track. New? Oh, that's not it. How do you make a new track? Tracks, add new, stereo. Paste it. So now if we play both together. Oh, that's weird. They cancel each other out. That's so weird. That's not the answer then. There is crossfade tracks, but I don't think that would do what I wanted. Paul stretch, I don't know what that is. Sounds interesting though. Not what we want. But it was interesting. It's so weird to me that it's like doing that weird thing. Lengthens time without affecting pitch. But why is it called Paul stretch? That's my question. Is it something that Paul made? They felt very strongly that his name should be behind it. Are you an audio person, by the way, Stray Bolts? Always appreciate audio people. I definitely try to be cool. Oh wait, you've showed me your stuff. You have a A band camp, right? Is that what it was? Sorry, sometimes it's hard for me to remember who's who. Yes, I remember now. Yeah. I remember who you are. Yeah. I don't think this is the way to do it. I think we need to start with a better sound effect. What does it sound like in Resident Evil? Everything is for like the new Resident Evil. These are actual sound effects from Resident Evil 2. I actually have a sound effect that I'm recorded of a footstep, and we might be able to use that and modify it. I don't think that's against the rules of the game jam. I just don't know where I would find it, so it might take a second. Documents, games. No, that's not right. Documents. My Unity files. No, it's not in there. Maybe it would be too difficult for me to locate. It's probably on some external somewhere in some random folder. Well, that definitely sounds like someone's, like a bug is eating a carrot or something like that. So let's just delete that. That sounds weird, right? Too much saliva. It almost sounds like it might work. I don't know. Now I'm thinking maybe we should go back to this and do an explosion. I don't know. I'm definitely back and forth on this. Alright, so if we do that, right, we'll delete the silence. And then add reverb maybe. Alright, so we've got that, and then we need to add some silence at the end, actually, I think, and then try that again. And then we'll normalize that. We'll compress it. Oh, that sounds terrible. Let's get rid of that and just fade it out. I don't know, it's supposed to be scary, but it should still kind of sound like footsteps. I don't like that. So now there's a little bit of phaser. And then maybe we add the echo. So I'm just kind of guessing here. Not sure if I like it yet, but it's something, so we'll update it later if we need to. We're gonna save it to the right folder. We got one called Frontrooms, Normalities. We'll name it Footsteps, even though it hardly sounds like it's footsteps. Yeah, we actually want this to be other uncompressed 8-bit. So we'll make a new folder called 8-bit. Stray Bolt says Lumbee. Lumbee, where'd you go? Alright, so we've got that, and then we want like a door creaking open sound too. That sounds decent. It's a good starting point, at least. Oh. Let's normalize it first. And then compress it. Yeah, Lumbee might be in lurk mode, and that's okay. Nothing wrong with that. Fade in. I wonder if we just did like reverb on just this part, how that would sound. Oh, I guess that wouldn't work very well, would it? That sounded pretty creepy. I don't like it. It sounds better without it. Maybe echo? Kind of sounds the same. Indie Maniac, welcome in. Thanks for checking in. 28 days of checking, and the fart. We got the fart. Gotta have the fart. Everyone check out the Indie Maniac. They like the fart in my stream. And they have a stream of their own. Last playing Hollow Knight. Oh, there's Lumbee. Stray Bolts was asking for you, Lumbee. Ugh, sorry, I was yawning there. How you doing, Indie Maniac? Welcome in. What are you doing, Rick? What am I doing? What do you mean, what am I doing? What are you doing? I'm making sound effects. I'm adding distortion to this. Lumbee, new Botby question. I keep hearing yelps from my headphones. It's the door. Rick is making weird noises. Yes, I made this with my mouth. Alright, so we'll do a little bit of distortion. Then we'll compress it one more time. And that will be our door. Sorry for everyone putting everyone through that. Sorry about that. Sorry everyone. So we'll go other uncompressed, 8-bit, footsteps. Alright, so now we have a door, we've got footsteps. How the hell can I change my username on there? You cannot. Darn. Turn my volume down, lol, sorry about that. Your saws. So there's no way to change it whatsoever? That's interesting. You gotta think really hard about your username. They should let you know that when you start. But you can make a alternative if you haven't done anything, right? So the only way to change your username is creating a whole new account. Yeah. Well, that's unfortunate. Alright, so we've got our sound effects. We kind of need 8-bit versions of those other ones though, so let's go find those. They're somewhere in these folders. Mayhem. So we've got these 3, and they are not 8-bit yet, so let's remove that. But can we select all of these? And then normalize them all? We can, and then we can compress them all. And then we'll just remove these tails off the end. I'm gonna do that and start battling bits. Nice, nice. Yeah, I want to do that too. Well, not change my name because I just made my account, but start battling. So what happens if we play all these together? Sounds like Pac-Man. Alright, so now we'll go to export multiple. We'll do wave unbit. We'll unsign 8-bit. We'll go to made in BFXR. Frontrooms normalities 8-bit. We'll select that folder. We'll export it there. Okay. So now we've got all of our 5 sound effects here. We'll copy them. We'll pull up our project folder. We'll throw it in sounds, paste it here. Now I've got all the sound effects in the game. Sorry for all the loudness, people. The loudness should be quieter now. Alright, so here we've got buttons. Buttons should be buttonized. So they should get a, so first we'll do a if variable compare with value. And we'll do an SFX off. So if SFX off equals 0, meaning that the sound effects are turned on, then we will play the sound. Play sound. So I think there might actually already be a sound, or no, there isn't. Only a sound when you open the door. So we want a neutral button sound. See, it's all quiet now. And that's why we needed to make it loud, because for some reason it gets quiet. So yeah, we'll copy this. There's an ad starting soon. We'll paste it here. That way it does it regardless of what day it is. And then we'll do a positive or negative sound. We've got these. So we need a, well, what we'll do is we'll just paste that other one. Can we, oh, there it is. So we'll remove this. And this is going to be increment days without fail, so that's the positive one. So we'll do positive. And then this one is going to be the negative one, so we'll paste it there. And we'll use negative. Could probably be more negative than that, but that will work. We could also do a sound effect after. And that will be the door. But I think there's like a wait in here that takes like a long time. Oh, and there's these. So we need to do one for each. So this is positive. And this one is negative. So it changes the scene there. So we want the sound effect to happen before that. But we also need it to like wait. So we'll do like a wait. And it's only gonna be like 0.3 seconds, right? Because the sound effect is like the door. And then we need another sound effect. And that one's gonna be the footsteps. And then we need another wait. Because we want the sound effects to play before it changes the scene. But I felt like it was already waiting, so maybe it wasn't, it was just using the sound. Maybe the beep has a wait on it already. Anyways, so what we should do is make a group for the door. We'll call it door SFX. And we'll throw that sound effect in there, and then that, and then that, and then that. We'll copy it, and we'll add it for each of the doors that you go through. And then, yeah, so this one doesn't get one because it's not a door. These ones would all get one because they are doors. Alright, so all of those doors are good. This one is a door. It's funny that the last one doesn't have a door, but when you turn around it says the door is locked, so we do need to change that to say you can't go back. Or exit is blocked, or something along those lines. Well, I sure I cannot talk. I sure hope we don't have to change this, because then we'd have to go and change every single one. But it wouldn't be the end of the world. Something else I wanted to do was add random jump scares. And I think I might have to put another explanation that says jump scares are normal, or jump scares aren't normal, or jump scares don't report jump scares because they're just gonna happen randomly. Maybe put them in the options to turn it off even. Yeah, well, you can't use these doors, so those don't get sound effects. And then these ones says door is locked. Maybe you can't go back. This one does have a door, so we can say door is locked. That's fine. I don't mind. Maybe we check out the sound effects and see how they work. All right. So let's do that. I was like, man, I hope I still have some more tea left, and I do. It's the best feeling. But it's 1 a.m., so I had to finish it. Can't be caffeinating myself at 1 a.m. No wonder why I have trouble sleeping at night. But it is Friday, right? If I had a job, I could party on Fridays and be like, it's Friday night. But since I don't have a real job, this is it. This is the real job. We're gonna start. Nothing is normal. So the footsteps sound bad. I mean, the sound effects always sound bad in this emulator. So maybe we should build a ROM and check it in a better emulator. Unfortunately, that's one downside of GB Studio, is that sound effects do not sound good with the built-in emulator. It took me forever to figure that out. When I first started making sound effects for this engine, I was like, why does it buzz? What is going on? And finally, I joined the Discord and said, hey, I'm new to this engine. Why do the sound effects buzz? And someone said, oh, that's just the emulator that you're using. I was like, I'm using the emulator that came with GB Studio. Yeah, it comes with a bad emulator. Use this other emulator. And then I proceeded to give it some really cool palettes. So this palette actually looks really great. And then the buttons are different on this one, so I always forget. So it happens too quickly. Yeah, the palette looks cool on the game. Yeah, I like this palette. I might actually make it a Game Boy Color game and give each room a different palette, because that's actually pretty easy to do. It's once you start adding, like, I want this to be that color, and this to be that color, and this to be that color, and this to be that color, that's when things get really, like, hard to do in Game Boy Color. But if you're just doing the whole scene has 4 colors and they are these colors, that's actually really easy to do. So if you're like starting out with Game Boy Color, this is a good option of just like choosing a good palette and then putting it on the scene. I don't like the footsteps. The door opening is fine. But the footsteps don't even sound like footsteps. I think what we need to do is make a single footstep and make it happen 3 times or 4 times. kind of thing, but it's really hard to do with my mouth. Maybe I just need to find the sound effect from that game. I don't know where it's backed up though. Somewhere in here. I thought it would be. Maybe I removed it from here to make space though. I probably did. I actually used a shoe on a surface, so maybe that's the answer. Maybe I just get my shoe and a surface. Give me a second, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get my shoe and a surface, and we're just gonna record it. It'll be better off this way. All right, I have a shoe, and I've got a Wii Fit. That'll work as a surface. That sounds like footsteps, right? Maybe if I put my hands in there, give it more weight. All right, let's try this. Oh, that's not the button. That's not the button. There's the button. All right, so we'll remove these. We'll hit record. Here we go. That sounds nice, actually. Record. Here we go. That sounds nice, actually. A lot better than what we were doing before. But thank you for the feedback on that, Taco Crepe. I appreciate that. So my concern is that we'll hear a buzz where there's any silence, and that's kind of because of the emulator, but most people are going to be playing the web build, which uses that crappy emulator. I'm thinking I will make an executable, which will have whatever sound that emulator uses also. So that's something that I need to figure out, is what that emulator's, because that's like Rboy. It's a emulator made with Rust. That's open source, and all right, so we'll do that, and then we'll can't wait to try it on my retro handheld. Oh well, thank you, I appreciate that. We'll compress this. Which retro handheld do you have, by the way, Taco Crepe? I wonder if we can, like, maybe if we just keep compressing it, there won't be any silence in between. A Powkitty V10. I know that I've seen that before. Is that the one that looks like it has a smiley face? I'm gonna look it up. Oh no, I don't think I've seen this one. I'm gonna pull it on screen. Oh, that's not what we want. That looks pretty cool, actually. Oh, and there's a transparent purple one. Dude, I am sold. The beige one looks cool too. And honestly, the gray ones look cool too. That's not the same one, but they had others that did look like they had a smiley face. I own the light gray one. So this one or this one? That's cool. They all look cool. It's a nice size. Wait, it supports N64? What? That's even cooler than the Miu Mini. The Miu Mini does not support N64. CP3. I don't know what CP3 is. What's CP3? It's best for GBA apparently. Oh my god, I wanted a Miu Mini too. Yeah, I got the Miu Mini Plus. I think Kixie has one too. They're super cool, but at the same time, like, it doesn't do Nintendo 64. Although I feel like Nintendo 64 would be really hard to do on this because, well, I guess you would have the back buttons be the C buttons. And then, but then you also need the, oh, because then, well, yeah, because where do you get the C buttons from, right? Because you got A, B, and then maybe 2 of the C buttons, and then you get the R and the L and a Z button. So then you'd maybe get one more C button out of the back, but then this would have to be the joystick. I feel like that would be rough. Also, that's a really good price on sale, at least. You're selling me on this. Yeah, it can technically run it, but the buttons make it difficult to play. I tried it. Yeah, that sounds like a thing. Well, that's cool that it can run it. I wonder how well it runs the different games. I know that some games are really tough to emulate on N64. But yeah. But they're the same company that made the one that had that looked like a smiley face. I remember that. All right, so compressor. We're just gonna keep compressing it until, like, I don't know. Well, maybe we can't do that. All right, so I think what we need to do is delete this silence here. But then they're gonna happen like really fast. I don't know. That actually sounds kind of interesting. But maybe we just do one footstep, and then we repeat it. Kind of sounds like you're chopping down a tree. I'm worried how it's going to sound on the emulator because it puts like a buzz on anything that's not like super loud, and because it like has to be louder than the buzz for it to like work. Maybe we separate them. Maybe we only need like 4 and we just separate them into different tracks. Alright, so they're all selected. Oh. Can we get them all on screen? Alright. They're all selected. Let's get rid of the silence on this one. And then probably just get rid of this reverb at the end, because that's just gonna get weird as we compress it. And then we compress it. All right, so hopefully this works. We'll do that, but they don't have any names. I guess we'll know what they're called because they're just called track whatever. Let's go to our sounds. We'll get up our 8-bit folder, and then we'll name them. Footstep. Oops. All right, so we got footstep 1 through 4. We'll add those to our other folder. Paste. And we will have to make a change to every single door again, but that's okay. What are you going to do? We'll start with this one. Go into this group and we will make this longer. So we'll say 0.5 seconds for that. And then we'll play footstep 1. We'll wait for 0.2 seconds. Or, you know what, maybe we do longer. 0.5 is half a second. Probably 0.3 seconds then. And then we'll do another. We'll go copy, paste, copy, paste, and we'll make this footstep 2. Paste it again, and then copy, paste, 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 and yeah. And we want another one of these at the end. All right, so we've got footstep 2. This one's going to be footstep 3. And this one's footstep 4. We have too many now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe it goes back to 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I feel like it should have 5, so it's okay if we repeat them. Let's check this out before we go any further and copy paste this everywhere. One thing that's cool about the Miu Mini is that you can update the OS with like a custom OS that I found on Reddit. It's called Onion OS, and it has a lot more platforms. However, Nintendo 64 is still not one of them, but what they do have is ports of games that were made just for the Miu Mini, and there is a port of Mario 64, which I don't know how they got away with that, or how it hasn't gotten taken down, but you can play Mario 64 on the Miu Mini. And they definitely had to make a lot of changes to make it work, but they made it work. And it's just, you don't have to set up the controls or anything. It's actually kind of cool. Oh my god, that sounds cool. Yeah. Search, or I mean, if you get a Miu Mini, you can search Onion OS, and it's got all the stuff there. kind of want to hear it without the sound effects, or without the background music. Oh. I think that's good. I think that's what we want. It seems a little quiet, but I don't think we can get it to be any louder at this point. One thing we can do is turn down the game music, but I think it's already kind of turned down. I think that works though. And it doesn't have that crazy buzzing like if we hit this button. We don't hear that, so that's better. Alright, so let's do that. We'll copy and paste that to all of them. I'm going to turn on my background music because this is going to take a second. Alright, so we've got this, the new door effects. Let's rename it. We'll call it new. That way we know that we've updated it. So for all the doors, we're gonna put the new sound effects in there and remove the old one. So yesterday's stream, one of the viewers was talking about text adventures, and I brought up a documentary called Get Lamp, and I realized that the link I shared in chat wasn't actually the link to the documentary, but a link to extra footage from the documentary that was like on the cutting room floor of the documentary. And I was watching it, and it was like so interesting. I mean, it was stuff that they felt didn't fit into the documentary, but they had like way too much footage for the documentary. So some of this footage was actually really good. And I was like, it's like watching the documentary, but like twice. And it's like they could have just made the documentary twice as long. But honestly, it's not the most exciting documentary. It's just it's like really interesting, but it's also like one of those things that like it could probably put you to sleep if you're not like really like ready to like delve into all of this information. But it's cool. I was glad that it was available, because yeah, it's the person who made it took all of the footage and put it onto archive.org, the Internet Archive there. Seago Games, welcome in. For some reason, the auto shoutouts are not working today, but I will give you a shout out manually. Welcome in, Seago. Seago does pixel art. They're hosting a art jam on Itch, and that's super cool. Everyone should check them out and give them a follow if they haven't yet. It's always cool to have more pixel artists hanging out, so welcome in. And how are you doing today, Seago Games? We're adding sound effects to this game. There's not a whole lot, but we wanted to make sure we get it right. So we're removing the sound effects we put in because they weren't good enough, and we're replacing them with ones that I feel are good enough. But I hope you're doing well, Seago. Always appreciate you dropping in to say hi. You know what we could do? We could do the footsteps without the door for this one. Right, we don't need the door. So we can disable that and disable that because we don't need the wait. And we'll rename this one as no creak. So that way we can copy it, and we'll do it on all of these. And these. Alright, and then for this one, we want it to have the creak, so we'll re-enable them. And then we'll remove that no creak from the name. Oh, I always do that. Would have been easier to just copy paste it from the last one, but we got it. We'll copy paste this one onto all these doors. We didn't remove that. That would have been weird. Whoa, I moved the door. Get back where you're supposed to be. But yeah, Seagoat, I hope that art jam is going well and everything is awesome. This game jam is going pretty well. Oh, we've got these doors too, right? So we'll close those and we'll throw the door effects here and remove that one, and then put that there, and then here as well, door effects, throw that there, delete that. I'm good, BRB, sorry, no worries, no worries. Glad to hear you're doing well. Alright, so we've got all of that going there. So things are looking pretty good for the game at this point. We don't have any UI on the menus, so maybe we do that next. Or sound effects for the UI, rather. We've got the UI, we don't have the sound effects. So we'll do a neutral sound effect for up and down, and then we'll do a positive sound effect for the A start button. So we'll do another well, what we can do to make things easy is just steal one of these sound effect groups. So we'll copy that, we'll paste it here, and we'll throw it at the top, and we'll just change the sound effect to neutral. So with sound effects, you pretty much always want them to happen first. Because there's a slight delay in the sound, and the only other thing to keep in mind is that each instruction takes about a frame to run, so you will have a frame before anything else happens. So if it's like an action game and it's like imperative that the player gets the first instruction to be something that affects the player, then maybe do that before the sound effects, but do the sound effects as soon as possible because they're gonna feel the delay. So you want to minimize that. And then for this one, we'll do a positive one. So that works for that. We'll do the same thing here. We've got the up, that gets the neutral, down gets the neutral as well. This one gets the positive. And for this one, we could actually give it the negative one, because it's going down. It doesn't really make much of a difference though, because it only works on this one. I guess it does it on all of them. I don't know. But here we've got a button here, so we'll do it on the button. Sound effect neutral. We'll do a positive here. And we should probably wait for the sound effect, because this is going to change scenes directly 1 frame after the sound effect. So we'll play 1 frame of the sound effect, and then, so we want it to wait for 0.3 seconds, we'll say. And then we'll copy this one, and we'll add it to explain 2 as well. I'm good. Sorry, I was in a match. Oh, no worries, no worries. I know how it goes when you're playing games. But glad to hear you're doing well. How's the art jam going? Do people post what they've done in the community thing, like as it's going on? Then I take it that must be pretty cool to check out, and just to see everyone, you know, working and stuff. So we want this to happen in this event. I don't know why I put it there. And then it waits. It's going good. Last 2 to 3 days, I really like the ones I made. Awesome. That's super cool. Nothing like making it something that you're proud of, you know? And that's super cool that you're hosting it. I've never actually hosted a jam before, so I'm impressed. Yeah, some do post on itch, others just online using the hashtag. Oh, cool. That's got to be a cool feeling too. I've never created a hashtag that people used or anything like that before, so must be a really cool experience for you. So this one we want UI on all the button stuff. Not on that, but on this. Ah, here it is. Yeah, no, that sounds like it'd be a lot of good energy, a lot of positive reinforcement. So we'll paste it here, and these ones don't need the weight, so we'll remove those. This one's positive, but we want it to be neutral. We'll copy it. And this one, we'll make it neutral as well, even though it's going down. It doesn't really make too big of a difference. And then this one we want to be positive. But we actually want to do a wait here. Otherwise it'll cut off the sound effect. So we'll do a wait for 0.3, and then the sound effect will happen regardless. And we want it to be positive. Alright, so that should take care of that one. This one probably needs the same positive sound effect, so we'll do paste here, and then we'll add the wait. Oh, that's not how you spell wait. Waits for 0.3 seconds. And there. So now it should play the sound effect and then change to that scene. We could even do that here. Or we could make a creepy sound effect, like a I think that might be a good idea. We should probably just do that. That's my my impression of zombies ate my neighbors. Good night, gang guy go. Thanks for letting me hang out. Yeah, anytime. You're totally welcome, Stray Bolts. And sorry that I didn't remember who you were, but I totally remember you now, and I don't think I'll forget you in the future at this point. Seagoat says, I want to do more later. I think the pride part has helped boost it a lot. Oh yeah, absolutely. I think that's it's a nice positive message, and it's for a good cause, so I think that's pretty awesome. If I didn't tie it to Pride Month, might not have had as much visibility, but I wanted to make Pride art, and others seem to have wanted to do so. It worked out. Yeah, I mean, you never know. You never know. Having a strong theme definitely helps, but there could be other themes that might be good too. But I think you're right that tying it to like the season is helpful, and it's Pride season, so you know what I mean. But you might have the same effect or a similar effect if you were to say like, we're doing a spooky jam, a spooky art jam, you know, or a Mermaid May art jam, or a winter art jam, you know what I mean? So you never know. But I think themes help people because it's like a, you know, people get into the spirit of the season kind of thing. But I think you're right that Pride is like a whole nother level, because like there's a lot of people that you know, they want to express themselves on that theme, and there's not always like a great opportunity to do that without feeling like you're pushing something or being pushy, when it's like, I don't know, you know what I mean? So I think it's a good kind of seasonal thing, like a representational thing, and like, you know, yeah, I think it works. Today I drew Deadpool and Wolverine with text bubble kiss and a butterfly. I don't know much about Marvel, but I know that those are both like iconic things. We're gonna do a creepy laugh here, so everyone get prepared to pee yourself. Was that close? What if we cut off that end bit? I like it. I like it. I don't know what happened here at the end, but let's compress the crap out of it. My neighbors are probably like, what the hell is going on over there? No, I'm not that close to the neighbors. They probably can't hear it. And a butterfly. Oh, cool, cool. I like it. We'll use it. Export it as a wave, as a other 8-bit, and in there. Oh, I didn't name it. Whoops. We'll call it Evil Laughter. We'll copy it from this folder and put it into our sounds folder. And then, yeah, so now we can change this for the Evil Laughter. And we need to wait, otherwise it'll just play it for a split second. So for this one, we'll wait 0.8 seconds. And no, probably, what, 2 seconds? Because it's like a, well, how long is it? We can look at it. Yeah, so it's nearly 2 seconds, so let's give this a whirl. I got it. I got a browser open somewhere. There it is. Oh, yeah, I could see people digging that. I'll give you a like there. Day 12 of Pixels for Pride themed Queer Crush. It's a good one. And then is the butterfly one up too? Oh yeah, it's a nice butterfly. Well, thanks for sharing, I appreciate that. Everyone should follow Seagoat on Blue Sky if they haven't yet. Get ready. I love it. Uh-oh. Oh, I see what's happening. The sound effects are still turned off, so it doesn't turn back on. So it's kind of backwards on the sound effects. Nearing 100 followers. Nice work. Nice work. Everyone help Seagoat get to 100. Toasty. Uh-oh, the finger was way over there. That's not good. Yeah, I think I want to do another one in October. Might do a shorter one though instead of a whole month. Not sure yet. I like the 1 month format, but I know not everyone does. It's just a lot, you know, if people are like working or if they've got other things going on. You could even just do like the weekends of 1 month, and I think a lot of people might be more attracted to that, or just like one day out of the week of each, or like every Friday of the month kind of thing, or something like that. Every Saturday of the month, every Sunday of the month. Just throwing out ideas. But I like the sound effects. I kind of think this door should have a sound effect. Maybe we do the laughter again there. Yeah, so the finger got moved. Let's move the finger back. I don't know what happened there. I probably just accidentally clicked on it. Happens a lot. Maybe we put it like right there so it's not like directly on it. And I kind of wanted to make it so the finger changed when you highlight something, but that might be kind of a pain because we'd have to do one for each trigger on every single room. Oh, there's really not that many. I know it looks like a lot, but when you're going through, it's like not that bad. I was thinking of just 1 week doing like Spook Week, just like 7-day art jam. That's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. The only art jam I've ever done was, and I can pull this up. Let me find it on itch. So I've done 2 art jams and they were both for the same jam, just different years. And it's called, this is the second one. It's called GB Pixel Art Jam 2024. And so I'm trying to remember exactly how this one worked. So if we click on this and then this, so we can take a look at the rules here. So this one was only 1 image, but it had all these rules that you had to follow. And then all of the submissions got put into a downloadable Game Boy ROM after the event, and then prizes were randomly assigned and not based on criteria. And some of the prizes were getting the actual cartridge of the game. And then one person got an anodized aluminum one, which was like really cool looking. But yeah, I don't remember how many days it was. Here we go. Jam runs through October 4th to October 6th. So it was only what, 2 days? So it was like a weekend, I think. So we go back to October 2024, the 4th through the 6th. So it started Friday and went to Sunday, but it was only 1 image. So there's that. But yeah, it's a super cool jam. It does have its own limitations and stuff, but they're pretty easy to follow. 160 by 144, no more than 192 unique 8x8 tiles, and then that's so it will work as a GB ROM. No not safe for work stuff, only 1, no AI or automation, make it by hand. Prizes, 1 submission per artist. Yeah, so, but it was a really cool one. PNG format. I definitely want to do that next year, or this year. But I think it's in October every year. Oh yeah, I showed you. I've thought about doing something sort of like that too. Yeah, you should look into it when it comes around, because it's only like 1 image and it's really not that big of an image. So it's definitely worth checking out. The limitations are a little bit like, there's a little bit of a learning curve there to make it work, but there's tools to help with that too. So like a tile counter to make sure you don't go over the tile count and that kind of stuff. So let's add that mwahaha sound effect. To the door being locked. It should probably display it or do it after that, and then we'll turn off this. Oh, it's being weird. So it says the door is locked and then it laughs at you rather than laughing at you and then saying the door is locked. So that way you know why it's laughing at you. things are looking good. I've seen the BJG vids on it every year just about. I'm not sure what BJG is. Should I know that? BJG. Pixel artist on YouTube, one of the biggest. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't actually follow very many pixel artists on YouTube, clearly. There's some videos that I've seen for sure, but oh wait, I know who you're talking about. He's the I make art with little tiny squares guy, right? I know who you're talking about. Something, yeah. Because he's got a name, Brendan something G. Brendan James something, right? Brandon. Is it Brandon or Brendan? I can't remember. But yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about. Brandon James Greer. There it is. Taco Crepe knows. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. He's got some good art. The whole I make art out of tiny little squares kind of irks me a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. I think that's kind of a weird way to start every single video. Maybe he stopped by now, but that would get annoying if I was like a content creator and had to say the same thing every time. Otherwise people wouldn't know who I was. But it's funny also, I've seen other people say the same thing in a different way. I make tiny mosaics out of digital pixels, or you know, or I make mosaics out of digital pixels, or like, you know, just like I use squares to make art. Like people are kind of aping on his thing, so he definitely hit on something. But yeah, his art style is really good, and I did see his piece in the jam too. I remember seeing it and being like, I recognize that person's art. Because I've definitely seen some of his videos. And then, yeah, I've seen some Adam C. Jonas. I haven't really sat through many of his Twitch streams. I've joined it and lurked a little bit, but yeah. I've thought about, I think I rated him once, and I didn't get much of a response at all, and I was like, well, kind of feels like a waste of a raid, right? I don't know. I don't expect a lot from rating people, but it's always nice to get some type of acknowledgement, or at least a little bit of excitement from the person. And if they just kind of like treat it like it happens all the time, like, oh, thanks for the raid, and then they move on to the, you know, it's like me saying thanks for the redeem, you know, like that's fine. Like the redeems happen all the time. So I guess if I got raided all the time, maybe I would get kind of, you know, jaded, and it wouldn't be that exciting to me. But when someone raids me, like yesterday we got a big raid of like 40 people or 50 people, and I was like, oh my gosh, like holy shit, like I was actually like really excited, because that doesn't happen very often. That's like super cool. And of course I don't have 40 or 50 people to raid to someone, but I feel like even if I did, it wouldn't have had made a mark on their stream. But we're going to have a break here, and it's time for me to use the bathroom, so we're going to do that, and hopefully you're still here after the break. Enjoy the ads, or hide from them, mute them if you need to. Hide your wife, hide your kids. The ads are coming. But yeah, we're gonna take that break. I'm gonna start it a little bit early, and we'll be right back. Okay, we are back from the ad break. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate that. And yeah, I don't know what we're doing here anymore. We added sound effects to these, and that's fun. Oh, I'm moving stuff. Oh, I'm moving other stuff. I kind of wanted to make it so the finger changed when it was like going to move you. So I guess maybe 4 different arrows, but I don't know. I kind of like the idea of animating the finger. Let's get the finger out. So we've got our finger. Oh, and there was a bug with the north, south, east, west where you can click on it, and I can't seem to get that to not do that. But maybe I have a way to fix that. Or maybe I already implemented it. Anyways, so for the finger, we can do different fingers. So we'll do a new frame. So what is it, Alt-N for a new frame? And for this one, we'll just make the finger I don't know, maybe we do that and then we put the pixel there. What does that look like? Alright, what does it look like at a normal speed? It looks like a come here kind of thing. I don't know. What does it look like on its side? That kind of works. It just doesn't work very well on the, like, going up. I don't know, maybe it does. Maybe I'm just thinking too hard about this. Maybe that works. Alright, so we'll export it. Stop it. Stop it. As a sprite sheet. And make an output file. We'll call it pointer north. Yeah, pointer north. We'll export that and then we'll rotate it. And then we'll say export as sprite sheet. Oop. And we'll go pointer east. And then we'll flip it. And then we'll export it as sprite sheet pointer west. Oops. West. And then we'll rotate it pointing down. We'll see how that looks. I guess that works. I don't know. It seems kind of weird to point down like that. But yeah, we'll go oops. Export sprite sheet pointer south. But yeah, like I was saying about rating people, there was a game dev that did the same thing where it was like I rated them with, you know, maybe only 5 or 6 people or whatever, but at the same time it's like they were just like, thanks for the raid, and then they just moved on. And like that's like, just, it's fine if that's what they want to do, you know, but it doesn't make me want to raid them again, you know what I mean? I don't need, like, bells and whistles, but, like, it almost sounded like they were upset about it. Spectre Misfit, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you being here. We are making Game Boy games. And yeah. I throw a rave no matter if it's 1 or 100. See, that's the kind of energy that I like. I appreciate that for sure. You know, like, why not? Why not have a blast, right? Why not have fun with it? You know. Yesterday I raided someone with like 6 people, and one of them insulted the streamer I raided because of the music they were playing. Oh no! I was so embarrassed. Oh no, yeah, that would be embarrassing. I could see that. But you know what? The other side is that viewer of yours wasn't you. You have no control over them, and the person that you raided probably realizes that. I might not raid for a while after that. So another thing you could do, Lumbee does this. Lumbee, and I've seen them do it a couple times. Maybe they don't do it all the time, but they kind of warn people. They say, we're going into someone else's stream, be a good person, don't be an ass, and they kind of like tell them like, hey, don't make me look bad, you know what I mean, kind of thing. I mean, they don't say it just like that, but you know, it gets the point across. And I think it's important to remind people that like I'm sharing this person with my community, so show this person respect. And maybe that's something that I don't do enough, but also by the time that I raid, usually more than half of the people are lurking anyways. But that's a me issue, I think. Oh yeah, I'll definitely do that next time, just for some last minute conditioning. Yeah, just like remind people, because you know, sometimes you don't know, like these viewers, sometimes they could be drunk, you know, you never know. Sometimes they could have just been out partying all night, came back on Twitch, and they don't even remember what they wrote the next day, you know what I mean? So but yeah, like, talking crap about someone's music when you just got there is kind of rude. Like, if you don't like it, don't listen to it. Just, you know, you don't have to, just because you were part of the raid doesn't mean you have to stick around. If you don't like the stream, just leave, you know? But yeah, like I said, it's not your fault, so don't feel too bad. There's nothing you could have done probably to prevent that person from doing whatever they want. Even if you try to, you know, let them know, hey, like, be chill, you know, be cool. Like, that doesn't mean they're gonna be cool. They're gonna be whoever they are. Seagoat says, I try to raid people I know. I like to raid new people, but hate raiding a new person and they whine being homophobic or something. I feel worse if I bring my people to a bad streamer. Yeah, that's rough. That's definitely rough. I honestly, on Twitch, I couldn't imagine someone just being outright homophobic, but I'm sure it happens. Like, for me, like, the first, like, friends that I made on Twitch were, you know, not straight. So, like, it made it kind of clear to me that the people on Twitch are of all walks of life. You know what I mean? And I've always been very accepting of that. So I guess I assume that everyone has that same experience, but I don't think that's true. I think some people like shield themselves from reality, and they like, no, only people just like me can be in my channel, like, and that's ridiculous. Yeah. It happens a lot. Oh, that sucks. That's terrible. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's like a vetting process you can do where, like, before you raid them, just like send them like a very gay emote, you know what I mean, and see if they like get weird about it. That way you know that you don't want to go there. You know what I mean? Or like, you know, I don't know. Maybe that's not a good idea. But I don't know. It's just a thought. There's a lot of homophobe or hobophobe. I think you mean homophobe and racist people on here. The art and game dev people have been much better. So I pretty much only surround myself with art and game dev people. So maybe that's why I've had the experience that I have. I honestly, I haven't run into anyone that was like, you know, outright homophobic. Like maybe they were in, you know, maybe they're like a closeted homophobe or something like that. Maybe they haven't, like, maybe they were and they just didn't say anything about it. They definitely weren't outright ever. You know what I mean? I would remember that. In fact, a lot of the times I see some type of like little thing on the stream to let people know that it's like a safe space. So yeah, I don't know, maybe and I guess that's something to look for, obviously, but obviously you can't expect all streamers to do that. Also, 5 years ago, the queer hate was much higher back when I used to play games like shooters. Oh, yeah, the shooters stuff, I could see that. Same, but I might add tags on my stream just in case. The tags are not a bad idea either. You know? Yeah. I guess I'm kind of sheltered because I'm in the art and game dev space, but like in the video game world, like when you're just gaming and sometimes competitive gaming or ranked and stuff like that, like you get a lot of elitist assholes, and I could see that. There's this game I play, and I've talked about it before. It's called it's not Frontrooms Normalities. No, it's Hold Fast, Nations at War. I got confused because there's like a DLC for it called Frontlines. But anyways, Hold Fast, Nations at War is it's like a historical shooter. So you get like the worst people in there sometimes, and it's not all like that, but it's a massive multiplayer shooter game. You get like 150 people in a server, and all of them, for the most part, have some, you know, appreciation for history, whether it's, you know, for better or for worse, really. And that's kind of, I don't know. It's weird to say this, but I feel like sometimes people that are homophobic are like, the good old days, like I wanna shoot Germans, or like I wanna be the Germans, and you know, it's just like this weird thing that happens. And like the way I look at it is that it's just an interesting game. Yeah, that's a scary crowd. It can very much be a scary crowd, and that game itself actually has a lot of both sides on there. It's very divided, and I feel like a lot of the gaming world is, but that's like one of those games where like the mic is open by default, right? And it's like you can hear the people around you, and people like to be loud and obnoxious on those types of games. And if the more people they can upset, the more fun they have sometimes. And so they do things that are, you know, extreme just for the sake of being extreme. Maybe they're not even homophobic, they just act that way, and that's messed up. But you know, that's, I mean, I'm just guessing that some of these people aren't even old enough to make that decision in their life, whether they, you know, are accepting of others or not. They just are doing what they think is fun, which is wrong, and it's a mess. It's a total mess. However, the game is good, and you can just mute everyone. So, but every once in a while, you do have to deal with their screen names being irate and stupid. So, belligerent people, not a fan. Honestly, I look woman. I look and people who I don't know who. How else to say, but how look a little gay, lol, or minorities, lol, as a good sign. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to really put it into words, but I feel like I know what you're saying. There's like a certain like image that some people put out there, you know, the alpha male image, you know, like, and this isn't always the case, but a lot of times people who have this image of being the tough guy, like, are not someone that even I would want to talk to, you know. And like, I have no problem saying that, you know, I'm straight, but I am totally allied with, you know, transsexuals and gay people, and everyone's cool to me as long as they're like cool with each other. It's the people who are not accepting of variety that I'm not cool with. So, but yeah, I feel like if I'm stuck in a job or something with like a macho man type, I like don't feel comfortable. If the one woman leaves the room and someone starts getting all like high school locker room, like that makes me feel very uncomfortable. Like I cannot stand that shit. But it's hard to say anything to these people because they get all macho about it, and it's like better just left alone sometimes. But you know, I don't know, it's a weird thing. Yeah, it's really just to get a reaction from you. I think that is a lot of it sometimes, and it's kind of messed up. But people, they're like trolls, you know what I mean? Which is why I don't like how Twitter changed. Oh my god, the Twitter change is so bad. I loved Twitter. It was such a great place. And then all of a sudden Elon Musk just like killed it. Just like completely destroyed it. Like overnight. It was so quick. It just, I mean, it had issues. I'm not gonna say that it didn't have any issues. The NFT thing was messed up, and that was before Elon Musk, you know, and you know, it had issues there, but you could get rid of the political stuff very easily, you know what I mean? Because there was political stuff on Twitter, no doubt, but you could get rid of it. You could just not interact with it. You could say, no, I don't want to see stuff like this anymore, and then you'd stop seeing it. All I saw was game dev stuff and pixel art stuff, and that's about it. So yeah, it was good, and then they ruined it. People with blue check marks are incentivized to rage bait for engagement because they get paid per click. Yeah, that's another thing. And it's not just Twitter, it's almost all social media. You even see some of that on Twitch, right? Where people are like, sometimes they're reactionary, or they're like, they just amp things up to 11, or they're, you know, shilling outrage, right? And that's kind of messed up too. Oh yeah, if you're looking to be active there, it might be a war zone until you block some folks. Yeah. Also, I know that there's big tendencies these days of big trend of these people big trend these days of people who make money by making hate content. Yeah, that's terrible. I also, oh wait, I just read that one. Yeah, it's getting close to dystopian future, honestly, which makes community all that the more important. I agree, and I would say that we are definitely living in a dystopian, Orwellian even society at the moment. It's just getting worse and worse, and we're like there's that phrase. I know it's a stupid phrase, but the frog in the boiling pot, like that's how it feels, right? Where like we're getting more acclimated to it, so we don't realize how bad it's getting. But of course, things were pretty bad before, but people were generally sheltered from it before too. So like, I don't know. Now there's like less and less sheltering from it. It's like all over the place. It's a weird thing. Orwellian. Someone's read 1984. No, 1984 was actually a great book, but it's literally chilling. It is. It's because it is describing what we're going through today, almost to the T. It's like the Ministry of Truth right? That just tells lies. That's the news. That's the media. Newspeak. Oh my God, Newspeak is a thing today. And what is the new generation called? I can't even remember. Generation Z, is it? Gen Z? I think it's called Gen Z. The Gen Z speak, that's Newspeak. And then there's also internet speak, right? Which has been kind of, you know, a thing for a while, but changing constantly, right? Gen Alpha, that's what it is. You're right, Gen Alpha. Because after Gen Z, it went to Gen A, right? So, I don't know why they go with Gen Alpha, though, right? Gen Z is old now. I know, Kixie. I know. You don't have to make me feel even older. I don't even know what one I am, okay? But yeah. Like people who rage out if a game has pronouns as the options, even when the only options are he and she, LOL. They make a big deal of it. Yeah, it's ridiculous. There's been quite a few games like that where you get these like, everyone give this people a bad review because they're like weird like that. Hey, shout out to Puke, welcome in. How was the commercials? I totally missed it. I didn't even lurk. I'm sorry. How are you doing, Puke? Welcome in. Puke is awesome, by the way. Puke 7 does assembly language NES development. He's working on Orange Island, and they're fantastic. You should definitely give them a follow, and go check them out when they do some game development, or on Fridays when they watch retro commercials. How was it, everyone? How were the commercials? Were the commercials good? Velasip, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. Ahoy, ahoy, for sure. Abraxas, welcome in. You're always welcome here. Taco Crepe says, let's flip and go. Yeah, everyone, we're making a Game Boy game. We're kind of just chatting at the moment, but we're making Frontrooms Normalities. Here's the title screen. This is in GB Studio. I'm Rick. I make Game Boy games mostly these days, but I also do Unity development, and I would love to get into NES development, but I'm not terribly great at it. Lunatrack, Ray, welcome in. If any of you are game developers or artists, let me know, and you can post links of your stuff if you want to share it. I'd be happy to share it on the stream. I know Puke is. We can get Guntner back up. We were talking about Guntner earlier. Guntner is already... Wait, that's OBS. Guntner is already on a browser. We were already talking about Guntner. Would you believe that? Puke, tell us what a dingle is. I've highlighted it here. Save the dingle. What is a dingle? We need to know. The world has questions, Puke. But everyone should check out Guntner if they haven't. You can get it for free. You name your own price. I bought it for $4.20 1 year ago, and I play it on my Miyu Mini all the time. The dingle. But everyone, if you've got things you need to do, if you need to get food, or, you know, get sleep or whatever, you're totally welcome to do that. Lurks are welcome, and if you gotta go, you gotta go. I totally understand. Dingle is a pet name I use for dogs, pets, and annoying people. Is there any relation to the dingleberry? That's awesome. They use it for dogs, pets, and annoying people. We watched your commercial earlier, but we kind of flipped through to the dingle part.
Across the 13th. A race against time across the 13th dimension.
I feel like I'm fighting someone else's nightmares. Whoops was that alien
Hypnotize thyself.
There's the dingle. Yeah. So Low Blast and Guntner and Puke 7, super cool stuff. Very cool person. I actually interviewed them on my podcast, which I can shout out. So if you want to learn more about Puke 7, he's been on my podcast twice, actually. IDGR. No, it's IGDR. I spelled it wrong. Sorry about that. He's been on my podcast twice. Super cool person. Like I said, assembly wizard. This person makes NES games using assembly language. I don't know why I started saying it, but dingle has been in my vocabulary for a long time. Well, now we know the truth. Thank you for explaining that to us. You could have left it a mystery, but now we all feel more connected to you. And yeah. So how were the commercials? I didn't get a straight answer. Were the commercials good? They're always good. Oh, Seago has to lurk. Well, or thanks for the lurk. I appreciate that. Dingle literally means a space between two hills. Interesting. I think it's Gaelic. Quality as always. There's a town in Ireland between two large hills. So that's where Dingleberry comes from, then I take it, right? Because if you've got a berry between your two hills, you've got something stuck to your bum, right? Luna Truck says, yeah, probably. Yeah, I wonder why he always called me that. Oh no! I thought it was a butte. There you go. Logic checks out. Buried between the hills. Tristo Endo, Trist Endo, welcome in. Holy hell, that makes sense. Mystery solved. Yeah. Well, now I feel like the stream has become an educational stream. So I'll make a quick build here and show you guys what I've been working on. We were talking about how the world has become Orwellian. And I was talking about how 1984 is a lot like today. They had to start the alphabet over, but in Greek this time. Yeah, but think about the next generation. They're gonna have to go as betas, right? And that's not gonna feel good. You know they're gonna be Gen B instead, right? Right? Because don't they get to choose? Or I don't know. Isn't there less Greek letters? Wouldn't that make more sense to go? I don't even know. I think the secret point of 1984 was that people wanted this outcome all along. Like, I think you're right, but I don't think it was really a secret point. I think it was, be careful, or this might be how things end up, or rather, this is how things will end up, because this is what people do, kind of thing. It's not so much what people want, it's what society does, kind of thing, right? Or at least that's what I got from it. It's our nature, exactly. Our nature is to take something good and kind of deform it until it's no longer good. And we tell ourselves that it's good this way. And I don't know. It's really hard, because it's like a generational thing and it happens over a long period of time. And we don't know what life was like 200 years ago. Parts of it were probably better, parts of it were probably much worse. And 200 years from now, they won't know what life was like now. But what happened 200 years ago led us to today, and what's happening today is going to lead us to what's happening 200 years from now. So, and that I'm just using 200 as an arbitrary number, obviously. So I added the laughter. We've got some UI sound effects. Nothing is normal the very first day. So the first day, it's kind of like a memory game with all the cards flipped over. So the job here is to memorize each room. And then the first day, nothing is normal, so no is highlighted. You can't choose yes. If you try to choose yes, nothing is normal the very first day. So now, 1 of 10. 256 years, and they forgot to make the timeline big endian, so it just rolls back to 0, 0 again. That's funny. So now we're looking for normalities. But yeah, I really liked 1984. I didn't like the films so much, but if I was going to choose one of the films, I would say the one that came out in 1954 is much better than the one that came out in 1984. So the bone is missing, which is weird because the bone was missing last time. I think I need to do like a random seed generator to fix that. But yeah, only one thing is missing each time. So if you find the thing that's missing, then you just run to yes. Lots of people want to be pampered, relinquish rights, have a daddy god figure take care of them, have the conservative have the conserved royalty handle the hard stuff, infantilize and meddle to make sure nothing bad happens. I mean, what you're saying is true. You know, it's a weird thing. Obviously, that's a generalization, and that's how the only way we can really view society is by generalizing it. So I totally understand that, and obviously the individual wants different things, and all individuals want different things. And I think the individual was portrayed pretty well in 1984 as the protagonist. I can't remember their name. Yeah, I have no idea what's normal this time. I wasn't paying enough attention, to be honest. These rooms look okay. And the first room, you can go back until you get to the end. This room is clear. So we're on to the hardest room, which is the one that just came out. Oh, there's an ad. Sorry about that. So I don't know all of the normalities in this room yet, because I've only played it so many times since I made it. Oh, there's another scratch that should be here. Oh, it used to make the sound that was like you got the answer right. It didn't seem to do it that time. Oh, I guess I can wait for the ads to be over to read chat. shouldn't be the same one twice. Oh, the doorknob this time. But I thought there was another scratch there. Maybe I got that wrong. Welcome back from the ad break, everyone. I'll catch up on chat here. Tristendo said 1984 doesn't really take into account America not really caring too much for communism. I think that's a good point. Commercials. There you go. I think that's a good point, but also I think that communism at the time was like this blanket term to like control people, right? And if we look at communism as people being controlled rather than, you know, the type of what it actually defines, which is like a type of government, right? But if we just talk about, you know, controlling the masses, you know, against their will, pretty much, or tricking them into thinking that it's their will to be controlled, then we're kind of doing that as a government. Like I kind of see what you're saying, that it was a little bit more communist in the book, but a lot of the same things are still happening, regardless of our democracy being democratic, because I don't know, it doesn't feel that democratic. Not to get too political, but when I vote, I know that it doesn't really do much. What actually matters is the Congress people, right? So all you can really do to affect things is send letters to your congressperson, and they don't have to do what you ask them to. They can do whatever they want. And that's upsetting. And then of course the whole Florida deciding who wins the election is kind of messed up too, right? The whole thing, the Electoral College, is like a mess, and it always has been. I noticed that in civics class in junior high. I was like, raised my hand, hey, Electoral College is total BS, like, and they're like, you're just an anarchist. So it's like a point-and-click adventure on GB. Were any licensed games like that back in the day on the platform? That's a good question. I honestly don't know. But there are more and more now, because it's, if we go into GB Studio, it's actually like a thing that you could set like on each scene if you wanted to. I set mine to top-down 2D and just kind of rolled my own, but you can set it to point-and-click, and it kind of already sets things up to be like a point-and-click. But I found it that the clicker wasn't going all the way to the edge. It was like stopping like right there. So what I did was I made some changes. So I made the screens, like the scenes, just like one tile bigger on each side, and then added these colliders on these walls, and not on this wall, strangely enough, because it lets you get to there, and then it gets blocked by that. So there's some weird thing going on with the collisions that I felt like it worked better this way. It did mean I had to code my own triggers to attach a script when you enter and remove the script when you leave, but that was, you know, negligible. However, I don't know how many point and click games were made back in the day. That's a great question. Yeah, we got ads. Yeah, sorry about that. I appreciate you hanging out. I kind of just waited to read chat until you got back, hopefully. Shadowgate and Deja Vu were re-releases on Game Boy Color. Deja Vu 2 is exclusive on the GBC. Cool, cool. Deja Vu 1 and 2 are both on the same cart, I think. Oh, wow, wow. Recount or not, whatever. Yeah, or like the whole Chads thing. Maybe I'm showing my age by saying that, but I remember when I was in high school, there was this whole like, oh, we need to recount the vote because the machines weren't properly doing the chads weren't punched all the way through, or something like that. And it's just like, okay, so clearly all this shit is made up then, right? And that just felt really wrong. And I don't want to give the wrong message. I think it's important that everyone votes, but I feel like we need to vote for a new voting system, and I've been saying that my whole life. I wish there was a way to do that. I think that if we were to have a proper voting system, there would be a way to vote for a better voting system. So that way when things get outdated, I mean, we can vote for a better constitution. We can amend the constitution. How come we can't amend how the vote works, right? I don't know. Maybe it would get amended for the worst. Who knows? And there's a lot of countries out there that claim to be democratic, and yet fear governs the people, and they have to vote for people that they don't want to. Sometimes there's only one person to vote for, you know. And I gotta be honest, the last couple elections, it didn't feel like we had a whole lot of options, you know. And obviously that's not up to us or anyone really, but it's not looking great. It doesn't look great. Yeah, it's still moving toward that over controlling thingy. Yeah, I agree. Cool, I don't know any, and there's two. Right on. Yeah, I don't know either of those, but it'd be interesting. Honestly, if I'm being 100% honest, I'm terrible at point and click games. And so this game doesn't really play like a point and click game. It plays more like a memory game, but it uses like the point and click perspective if it was like a first person point and click, right? And you can't even like click on anything but directions. So you can click on the directions and you can click on the door. But other than that, like if you like ring the doorbell, nothing happens. If you click the mouse, nothing happens. And I was kind of thinking about maybe adding sound effects, but there's no room for text because some of these backgrounds go over the tile limit just slightly. And if I were to put text in there, then it would be garbled. And yeah. Has Shadowgate classic vibes? Yeah, a little bit, like the way you like traverse a little bit. And I was doing that on purpose. I actually I did something that was more maze-like in another Game Boy project, and I simplified it and kind of I don't know, like, what's the word, distilled an idea, right? The other one was a little bit more scavenger hunt like, and this is more of a memory game. But I like memory games, you know. My mom had brain cancer and I was trying to get her to play memory games, and I really wanted to make a memory game that she would play, and now I don't really have that opportunity, unfortunately, anymore. And so now I just want to make memory games that I'd like to play, because I think memory is important, and playing memory games actually increases your memory ability. So I think that's cool. Also, I had a teacher in college who made memory games for Alzheimer's patients. That was hard to say. Let's see. There's also Sword of Hope 1 and 2, but they're kind of a mix of Shadowgate with RPG elements. Right on. The same sort of discussion has been happening in Canada for a while now. We have a very broken voting system. First past the post, but politicians are dragging their knuckles on changing it, since no one party would ever have majority power again if they fixed it. Wait, you're Canadian too? For whatever reason, I always assumed you were European. I never left, just moved around provinces a lot. Rad. I only lived in Ontario and only traveled east. Thanks for the hearts, Kixie. I appreciate that. Is there any way to try it out? To try out this game or the other game? This game isn't done yet, but it's for a game jam. So we're 15 days into the 3-month game jam. So once the game jam is up, it will be available for free. And then the other game you can play on my itch page. So this takes you to all my itch stuff, and let me pull it up. So this is where the link takes you, and this is a Unity game. This is a Unity game that I made with a team. I actually managed the team on this one, but it wasn't my idea. But I did actually do a lot of the development work. And then this one is a Game Boy game that I made for a GB Jam, and it's a spooky fishing themed JRPG. And this one is the one that I did for GB Compo 2023, and this is the one that has that maze. Now the whole game isn't a maze, but I can show it to you. Let's this has its own music, so we'll go to new game, and then I'll hit, there's a button to cheat here. Oh no, that's just to turn off the music. I turned off the music and I didn't mean to. It's alright, I can turn it back on. So if we go to audio, we can just hit this button. And this is the music that's supposed to be playing here. So we're gonna have to let you and the others go. So if you could never come back, that'd be great. Okay, thanks. So I've made some changes that I'm kind of sitting on. And I need to update this game, but it should have the maze level. So we're gonna use the computer, and there's actually a sampler here that you can play around with. But if we go to this one, and then go to this one, and then we go to this little icon in the corner, and delete the level data, then we can go to level 12. And we're going to delete the data, because that's like a development tool. You have 2 hack skill, boot system. Villasoup says, I sort of stumbled into a game jam a little while back. Pretty much everyone on the team never made games before, including me. It didn't go so hot, but hey, we made a deliverable. Hey, that's awesome. That's so cool. I've definitely been on game jams where we didn't have a deliverable at the end. That definitely happened to me. 2 times. That happened to me twice. And it was with a team of people. And both times they were game developers. Actually, they were students. So, I mean, I guess that, you know, they were students, but yeah, sometimes the team can make or break it. So we're gonna go to this network icon, and here is my 3-dimensional maze for this game, and it's very similar. So we've got this computer, we check the list, and it's things to do online. Reunite cats, squish 3 bugs, battle the slime, meet the snack, return for reward, and we can change the channel. So it says 10 because we're on floor 10. So if we go through this door, now we're on floor 11, or hallway 11. And on the update, I actually made a map that helps, but this version doesn't have that. So it's actually kind of difficult to find all of the things without the map. So that's why I added the map. But this is free to play on itch. It's not finished, but it felt like it was finished enough to turn it in for the game jam. So I've got 2 of the 3 bugs. That's a dead bug. They're a little buggy, the bugs are. No pun intended. But yeah, I love game jams. I tend to tell myself, oh, I don't need to do another game jam, and then another game jam comes along, and I'm like, oh, well, maybe just one more game jam. And now I'm to the point where I'm just like, oh, well, can't wait for the next game jam. Because I'm pretty quick at them these days, and right now I don't have like full-time work, so I'm just a freelancer right now. So I mean, I am working on like 3 different games, and then every once in a while I do mods for a YouTuber to help bring in some cash. But yeah, as you can see, this level is like really repetitive. All the walls are the same, and you just kind of have to go through and look for the things. Oh wait, there was a cat there. I'm looking for my friend. Will you help me find them? That was a typo. My friend is missing. Find my friend. I'm crashing out. Well, thanks for the raid, Puke. I very much appreciate it. Again, if you haven't checked out Puke, definitely check them out. We'll give them another shout out. They're a super cool person. They do assembly, and that just blows my mind. And I hope you sleep well. I can't believe it's already nearly 3 a.m. here. Watch your step there, bub. I'm warning you. That's it. This means war. Slime prepares for battle. And I wanted to do something with the background here to like animate it, but every time the menu comes up, it stops the animation. But this was like the first like RPG fight system that I made, and I basically based Demon Fish Dead Ahead off of that little experiment. This game is all like little experiments of what I could do with the engine. But yeah, so we battled the slime. We didn't reunite the cats. We didn't squish all the bugs, but yeah, game is interesting. Can we can leave. I guess you can't access the menu from here, but we can leave the network and close all of this out. Shut down the computer. Walk away from the system, and then we can shut off the music. Because it was getting a little annoying. But yeah, so I can show you the trailer real quick. The audio kind of sounds terrible. Also, it looks better on YouTube. So the first part of the game, you're like in the computer playing, like using this hack tool, and it looks like a shooter. You can select your avatars. There's actually 2 pages now. Yeah, so I changed the neighbor so it doesn't look just like the player anymore. This was like from the game jam. Again, I changed that so it doesn't look like the player. You can be a cat. But yeah, this is the game that I made for the GB Compo 2023. It's still getting worked on. It's kind of on the back burner right now. But yeah, that's where I got the idea for making the game that I'm making now. And it's now the GB Compo 2025. There was a year off where they didn't do a GB Compo, and probably would have done another one then, because the GB Compo is super fun. But the best part about it is all of the cool games you get to play on your retro handheld after the fact. So if you have a retro handheld, definitely play some of these Game Jam games as they come out, because it's super cool. My OBS got small. I don't know what's going on there. So what we were doing though is we were adding a animation to the pointer, and it's going to be a bit of a pain because we got to add it to each of these triggers on each of these scenes. So I guess we should just start with this one. And so anytime that we on enter, on leave, we're gonna have to do something to the sprite. So we'll say actor set animation or sprite sheet rather. So we need to add those sprite sheets in that we made right before the raid. I forgot that was still going. So if we go to sprites, we've got our sprite sheets here. We'll copy each of those, and then we'll go to not that, this one, and we'll go up, and we'll add them to the sprites folder of the project here. And so now we've got more sprites in the project folder. We should double check and see how they look in here, and it looks like they work just out of the box, except for because we're not using pointer 1 anymore. Well, I guess we'll use pointer 1 as like a as a default, right? But all the animations are set up. That's what I want to check there. And so we're gonna change this one to north. Right, and then we'll copy this and we'll paste it here, and we'll say change it back to pointer 1, and we'll do the same thing for each one. This one will be east, so we'll paste it. Paste another one here, and we'll say east. We'll paste one here and say west. We'll paste one here and say south. And all the leave ones are there. So let's test it and make sure it works before we go through and do every single scene, because that's going to be a bit of a thing. But yeah, I'm very pleased that everyone came from the raid and has been chatting. That's always so fun. I love meeting new people, especially developers, artists, or just people who are like retro enthusiasts in general. Puke always has a great community there, and I'm just very grateful. Alright, here we are. The music in your Source Hack trailer reminded me of something, and I found it. Oh, give it a share. That's interesting to me because I definitely made that music during the Game Jam and didn't really have any influence that I could think of. So I'd love to hear. Dr. Coconut. Got Dr. Coconut's Experiment by Snoop Troop? I've never even heard of Snoop Troop, but I will look it up. Oh wow. That's way cool. I like that a lot. I'm going to have to listen to that another time. Thank you for sharing that. I'm definitely adding that to my chiptune list. Very cool. Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that. Belusip, are you a chip tuner as well? Are you a botber? Oh, what are we doing here? We wanted to test to see if this worked. There you got it. Yeah, dude, that sounds so cool. I can't wait to listen to the rest of that. The static effect on the title screen of the game looks like it should have hidden stereoscopic image. Yeah. Honestly, I was like really into stereoscopic images for a while there. I actually made one before, but it didn't make any sense, right? It wasn't like, it was more of like a stereoscopic pattern than an image. But yeah, I've always been interested in those. In fact, when I was a little kid, I was like really, really into Magic Eye books. I had like 2 or 3 of them. And I was really good at them too. I could just instantly see it right away. All I did was like, cause I don't know, my eyes, like I have a controllable lazy eye. I can control and make one eye go lazy, and it just fits perfectly for those Magic Eye images. And like if I make the one eye go lazy, all of a sudden the image is right there. It's so weird. It works perfectly for stereoscopic. It's like that Tool album, 10,000 Days, that had all those stereoscopic images. I can do it with that too. I don't need the lenses that it comes with. I could just look at it and make the one eye go lazy, and there's the image. It's really weird. But also sometimes like that eye will go lazy if I'm just like not thinking about it, and people like look at it and be like, is your eye lazy? And I'll be like, oh, sorry. And then wait, what? It's not lazy anymore. And I can like control it. But sometimes like it goes lazy when I'm not paying attention, like kind of thing. Like if I'm just like zoning out and not actively focusing on something, like it will just drift, and it freaks some people out. Velsip, kind of the same vibe as music in Rad Gravity too. I don't know Rad Gravity. Not a bopper, just a longtime fan and consumer of chiptunes. Well, that's fantastic. That's really cool. It's not often that you run into people that are chiptune enthusiasts that don't make it. So that's actually a little surprising to me, but also just like a really good feeling too, because like I like that idea. It seems like such a niche thing that like sometimes it feels like it's just like, I don't know, sometimes it feels like that with pixel art too. Like people who like pixel art have made some pixel art kind of thing. Or there's people out there that are like, people make pixel art as an art form, like that's a thing. And it's like, yeah, that's a thing. I was terrible at them until I turned like 20 or so. Oh, the stereoscopic images. Neat. I used that album as a ghetto Google Cardboard ages ago. Yeah, I like that album. It doesn't feel like ages ago to me though. I went and saw him a few times for that album. I've seen Tool too many times now. The newest album wasn't bad either. I saw them for that. I think that's the last time I'm gonna see Tool though, because it's just so expensive, and the show hasn't changed very much in like, I don't know, 10 years or something like that. It is too expensive. Oh my god. I studied music and submitted my final in XM format back in the day. You studied music? That's so cool. Are you a composer of like traditional music then? Or other types of digital music or electronica or anything like that? I've never seen. Oh, yeah, dude. I paid $200 to see Tool a couple times. Yeah. Even the first time I saw them, it was $60. That was back in 2000. Their newest album was okay, but I still prefer 10,000 Days. I really liked well, I really liked all their albums, to be honest, right? Even Opiate, their EP, the first EP they did, was really good. I got really into that at one point. I got really into Anima. Anima's probably my favorite. And then I also got into Undertow at one point too. I got really into Undertow at one point. It's just so raw. And then Lateralis, when that came out, that like got me into Tool. Like I knew about Sober and Prison Sex and you know, a few of the other ones, Anima, a few of the other tracks that were like on the radio and stuff. I knew about those, but like Lateralis got me into it. And then the remix albums were really good for Lateralis. Well, I guess they were like DVDs, the remix DVDs. It's kind of a weird thing. What was that person's name? Was it Lustmord? I think it was Lustmord. I need to look this up. Yeah, they had Lustmord do Tool remixes for Lateralis, like years and years after Lateralis came out, like before 10,000 Days came out, and that was, I think it was Lateralis. Wait, am I blown? Is my mind blown? Yeah, it was Parabola and Schism got Lustmord remixes. And those were super cool. Never saw the DVDs. Oh, the DVDs were awesome. There was a really cool box set that came out before Lateralis that had all of the previous music videos. So Adam Jones, the guitarist from Tool, directed and created most of the music videos. I think towards the end he was more of a director than a creator, but the first ones he did like, well, there was a video for Hush that he didn't do. I think he might have directed it, but he was in it, and it was very different from all the other videos. That was before they kind of found their thing of the claymation and like the animations and stuff. And then for Lateralis, they kind of stepped out and hired some people like 3D modelers and animators and stuff like that to bring Adam Jones's like illustrations and sketches to life and concept art to life. And that was really cool. And then they worked with Alice Gray also for that album. And I became a huge Alex Gray fan around that time, and I'm still a big Alex Gray fan, and I learned a lot about Alex Gray like from his previous works before Tool, and then like continued to be a fan of Alex Gray, even though he doesn't necessarily do stuff directly with Tool that often. Well, I guess he still does. Like they still work together, so it's not like they don't work together. Went to a show on the Lateralis tour. It was so good. Yeah, that was the first time I saw him, was Lateralis tour. So I saw them with Tomahawk the first time I saw them. So I don't know if you're familiar with Tomahawk, but Tomahawk is Mike Patton from Faith No More. Yup, Sam, you saw him with Tomahawk? Oh, that's so cool. That's so cool. So when I saw them, this was in Moline, I want to say. Yeah, I think it was Moline. So Moline is like on the border of Iowa and Illinois. It's like a city that's on both sides of the so technically it was in Iowa, but it was like right next to Illinois. There's like, it's like I think they call it Quad Cities or something like that. Anyways, Ottawa, Ontario, that was where I saw them. So where I saw them, Tomahawk got booed off, not off the stage, they got booed to the point where they stopped playing and Maynard walked out and said, and yelled at the audience basically, hey you guys, like I handpicked this band to show you and you're booing them, what the hell is wrong with you? Right? It was crazy. And everyone was just like, Tool, and Maynard's just like, no, shut the fuck up, listen to the band that I handpicked for you. And everyone's like, oh, okay. And they reluctantly stopped booing and let Tomahawk finish their set. Well, afterwards, when Tool came on, Maynard only faced the audience for one song, and it was a song they had never played before anywhere else, and they never played it again. And it was a Ramones song, and I could probably look it up. Commando. Oh, okay, so they did play it again. They played it other places. But it's a very rare song for them to play. But they played it there, and then the rest of it, he faced the wall for the entire show. It was crazy. But we got an ad coming. I've already used all of my snoozes, so I'm sorry about that. Yikes, why the fuck would they boo them? So I think it was like a homophobic thing, I think is really what it was, because they had men dressed in women's underwear as like stage props, and then Mike Patton was dressed in leather chaps, assless leather chaps with a whip and a leather cop uniform. So there was very like, it was a very sexual, like there was a lot of sexual overtones that weren't hetero. Let's just put it that way, right? And I think people were weirded out. But we got that ad, so I'll come back to it when the ad's over. Hey, that's actually working pretty well. Although it didn't stop. If you do it too quick, it doesn't stop. Oh, it did that time. Oh no, I think I did it wrong. I did it wrong. That's my bad. Well, at least I know that I did it wrong. But also now it goes off the edge there, which isn't what I want. All of that work for nothing. Let's see if I fixed that. Oh, no, I didn't fix that either. Welcome back from the ads. Yeah, maybe it was 2002 that I saw them. Yeah, I think you're right. It was either 2001 or 2002, but I think it might have been 2002. It was, I was like, I had just finished freshman year in high school. That's all I remember. But yeah. The facing the banner was part of the act. So you're saying they were doing that on all the tour? That's interesting. But yeah, he was like in the corner, just like kind of hidden. So I suspected that that was like to basically say like, you guys paid all this money to see me, well you can't even see me, kind of thing. It didn't really bother me, but yeah. Let's turn on the music here. Welcome back from the ad break, by the way. But 3 opening acts is kind of a lot. Oh, something like that happened at Bjork concert, Vespertine tour. There were 3 opening acts at the Montreal show, and by the 3rd one, people started booing. It felt so awful to be in that crowd. Yeah, it's a bad feeling to be in a booing crowd, especially when you're like there to support the artist and enjoying the music. Because I thought Tomahawk was awesome. I thought Tomahawk was so cool, and that was the first time I heard of them live. I had no idea who they were, and I didn't even know that was Mike Patton. I knew who Mike Patton was, but I didn't know that was him. I was a fan of Mr. Bungle, I was a fan of Faith No More, and I had no idea that that's who that was. I thought it just sounded awesome. But afterwards, I became a pretty big Tomahawk fan, and I still listen to Tomahawk. I got it in my car, I still listen to it all the time. Eventually, Mike Patton kissed my forehead, believe it or not. Yeah, I was at a Peeping Tom show in Chicago, and I was front row center because the friend that I went with was much taller than me, and he pushed me in front of him, and then he wished that he had been kissed. He was very jealous that I got my forehead kissed because we were both like big Mike Patton fans at this point. And yeah. Tomahawk was pretty well received in Ottawa. There were lots of fans in the Groundling floor informing my date and I. It was a wild show. Oh, like telling you who Tomahawk was? Like, oh, that's Mike Patton kind of thing? That's pretty cool. Yeah, so another thing that happened at that show, well, first of all, my best friend had taken cough syrup. It was like cough medicine. It wasn't syrup, it was pills. He had taken like a whole lot of these cough pills to trip, and he was tripping his balls off, and we were in the seats, right? And before Tool started, like, well, first of all, he wanted to move. He's like, let's go over those seats over there where there's not a whole lot of people, because like all these people feel like assholes now because they were just booing. And I was like, yeah, okay, we'll go over there. So we left our group of friends and went over to this other side of this the arena where there was less people because it was kind of on the side, right? Well, we're waiting for Tool to start, and they've got this tripped out, you know, music and projections beforehand, right? And my buddy is just like, oh my god, this is a trip. And I was like, yeah, this is trippy even when you're sober. And because I was, you know, I'd only smoked weed that day. And all of a sudden the lights go down and the band starts walking on stage. Well, everyone, not everyone, but most of the people in the seats rushed the gates and jumped over the little barricade to make it onto the floor. The floor seats were there were no seats on the floor. The floor was more expensive than the seats. So everyone, when they saw everyone else doing it, everyone did it, right? And I even like thought about it. I was like, shit, I wanna get down into the pit, you know, I wanna be in that crowd. And my buddy looked at me and he's like, don't leave me. And I was like, don't worry, man, I'm sticking with you, don't worry. But yeah, I thought that was crazy that everyone just like rushed the floor. Yeah, it was a good show. I really liked it. It was a nice and long set. I can't remember all the songs they played. I used to know them all. But yeah, it was interesting to see them play that Commando song. So on leave, we've got going back to north. It needs to go back to pointer 1. So that was the mistake that I made there. and then this one does the right thing. So that is what they should be, and that should work now. However, this now doesn't work all of a sudden, so we need to do that, I think. And let's test it again now. But yeah, Tomahawk was dope. Peeping Tom was a great show too, by the way. Peeping Tom was phenomenal. So on the album, I'm not sure if you're familiar with Peeping Tom, but Peeping Tom is Mike Patton's hip-hop group that he did. They only put out one album, as far as I know, and I think they only did one tour. So Dub Trio is another band that it was incorporated into the band. So they had their own band in the band, right? So the bass, the guitar, and the drums were all Dub Trio, who's also good. I've seen them without Mike Patton as well, and they're good by themselves. But then Mike Patton was singing. They had a backup vocalist whose name I cannot remember, but she was on the album. And then they had, so on the album, the beatboxer Rozelle did the beatboxing, but I think there was like touring conflicts where Rozelle couldn't make it to the tour, so they hired this woman Butterscotch, who I guess was on like America's Got Talent for beatboxing around that time, and she was phenomenal. I don't know if she's better than Rozelle, but at the time it sure felt like we weren't missing out kind of thing. She was really, really good, and they let her do some solos like in between the tracks and stuff, and she was phenomenal. And then Dan the Automator was the DJ they had, who is also awesome by themselves, but it was so cool to see them all work together like that. And I want to say there was someone playing other instruments as well, and I can't really remember, because man, that was a long time ago now. Like 2008, I want to say 2009 maybe, but that was a good show. I never did see Mr. Bungle. Alright, so we'll go point right, and then nothing, and then point forward, and then nothing, and then point down, nothing, and then we'll go right, and nothing. Yeah, so that collider works to prevent it from going off the screen. It probably looks a little bit weird in this corner. Yeah, so something weird's going on there with the collider of like, this doesn't bother me, but the fact that it gets stuck there, that's not good. So something we need to do is, I know we took a look at the sprites. Let me turn the music back on. We took a look at the sprites, but we didn't take a look at their colliders. And you can see that it's the whole image. And if we go to this one, it's only that little bit, right? So that's the issue. So what's happening is it's pushing you into the collider when it flips. Once it flips down like that, and then all of a sudden the collider's real big like that. So I'm not sure how to fix it, but we can try giving it these numbers here. So 0986. I know that seems like it's gonna be like awkward and weird, and it might be, but it might fix the issue. And these ones kind of had the same issue, so let's just try it all in the same location. What did we say it was? Something 686. 0986 0986 0986 0986. Oops, 6. All right, so now they're all the same. So it shouldn't like rotate into a collider anymore. So let's give that a shot. Yeah, so we're getting all these warnings about the tiles, having too many tiles. But this one has 236 and it doesn't show any garbling or anything like that. But if we were to use UI elements, like a dialogue window, then it would probably garble on us. So that's why it's warning us. But we're not using that, so it should be fine. And the reason why I have these gaps in between was because it was acting funny because we attach a script and then when it leaves, it turns that script off. So it has to leave before it enters a new one. Otherwise it gets buggy. All right, so we got that. So yeah, it's not getting stuck, but it does go off the screen. So maybe we add another collider to prevent it from going off the screen. Or on this one, it seemed fine before. I don't know. Let's play with it a bit and see what happens. So if we add another row of collision around everything, that might work. Well, we don't need it at the top, but it may work if we do. Oh, because then we can't get to the trigger. Oh, but this trigger is going off the page there, so we will have to change. If we do this, we will have to change everything. Oh, and then this would have to be smaller. I don't know. It's worth a shot though. We'll try it on this one, and then we'll try it. If it works, we'll put it on everything, or we'll change the collision or the collider on the sprites. We'll just have to see. Almost done. Should probably call it a night. It's almost 4:30. Yeah, it is getting late. It's 3:30 here, but yeah. Well, thank you, Abraxas. I appreciate you dropping in, being part of the raid. You're always welcome here, and thanks for the chat. Appreciate it. Have a great night. Sleep well. Good luck with the game dev session. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, my sleep is already starting to get weird, so I might be up for a little bit longer. So that works for that. That works for that. And it does not work for that. So we went overboard. We'll fix this. And we could probably do that, because then we don't have to make changes on all of them. Kixie's still awake. It's the weekend. Got a party on the weekend, right? By party, I mean hang out on Twitch. It's a party here. Alright, so that works. If we go down here, it works. Lunatrek says, yup, listening to the convo in the background, sipping on some whiskey. There's a party for you. So I think we fixed the issue with the collider. I like the animated finger. I think that adds to the game for sure. Kixie says I shouldn't be up. What are you doing being up, Kixie? You gotta live, you know? Can't tell you who's boss or what or something. Can't tell you what to do. That's what I meant to say. You work hard, you deserve to play hard, Kixie. Exactly. Yeah, there you go. "4:30 a.m. here. Need to be at work at 5 p.m. Oh no. Short day though. Nice. Yeah, night shift is always rough, I feel like. It's been a long time since I've had to do that though. I used to work at a historical wood place, a wood restoration place for historical window frames mostly. And I started at around 5. And then we go until like midnight or something like that. And maybe it was 1. It was 8 hours. Whatever 5 plus 8 is. Or maybe it was 4:30. I can't remember. I want to fix the top, because if you like click it, it'll change to west or east or south. It's because it's looking in the direction. It thinks it's an actor. It thinks it's a character in the game. So what we can do is on interact, we can say direction, set actor direction north, and hopefully that fixes it. Because that's what it is when you interact with it. Even though the collisions are still turned off, you can still interact with it and it'll change direction. But yeah, I used to enjoy whiskey. I don't drink anymore, but for a time there, I definitely drank some whiskey. Dr. Pepper was a good mixer. Heck, I remember drinking whiskey and Mountain Dew for a bit. That was kind of a weird one. I really got into rum though. Rum and Coke. That was like my go-to. Cream soda and whiskey is really good. Root beer and whiskey was really good. Also, I used to drink that honey whiskey when that was popular. And let's see if this works. Hey, it looks like it worked. Oh, it glitches. But it goes right back. There is a way we could fix it to not glitch like that, but I feel like it's so hard to make it do it. Been having it with ice and Sour Patch Kids. Really cool idea. Interesting. Yeah, I could see how that would work. Like a whiskey sour, right? Candy tastes really good after. Been a beer person mostly, trying to change it up, less carbs. That is true. Unless you get drunk enough where you don't give a shit and you start eating whatever, right? Because that can happen with whiskey. You can get drunk enough to not give a shit. I mean, it happened to me anyways. Beer gets too bloaty. Oh my god, yeah. Well, I can't drink most beer now. I mean, I don't drink, but I'm gluten intolerant. So imagine how bloated I felt. I just thought that was normal. I thought the bloatedness and diarrhea was normal. I thought that everyone dealt with that. Thought that's why they called it butt wiper instead of Budweiser, right? Yeah, so I think we might just leave this. I mean, you can get it to glitch on occasion, but it's like it's not even every time. Like if you know that it's like a thing, then you can get it to do it, but it just goes right back. It is I think everyone's stomach gets like that, too much mixing. Cheese hurts my stomach. Oh, I love cheese. I couldn't imagine living without cheese. It's funny though, because I've been lactose intolerant all my life, and but cheese doesn't bother me, so I'm just like super grateful for that. I eat cheese every day, every single day. Had cheese on a pizza today. Yesterday I had cheese on mac and cheese. I am going to bed. Thank you for the stream. Good night. Thank you, Kixie. I appreciate you being here, and I hope you have a great sleep. I hope that you have an awesome stream tomorrow. Let me shout you out one more time. Kixie is a fantastic streamer. She plays indie games, and everyone should go follow her right now. Check her schedule, mark it on your alerts or whatever, and get the notifications and watch her stream. I don't know what she's gonna stream, but I think it's going to be an indie game. You bought instant cheese ramen. Oh, that sounds pretty good. I've definitely done ramen with cheese before. Of course I have to get the rice ramen, but it's not bad, not bad. But I hope you sleep well, Kixie, and I'll see you at your stream tomorrow. I'm a mod for Kixie, and she's awesome, so go follow her and be part of the stream tomorrow if you can. Thank you for shouting. Absolutely, Kixie, 100%. Sleep well. So we do get our work cut out for us. We want to move this back over there. Add that, and then we're gonna have to do this set direction to each of them on every single scene. Could have made it a prefab, but this game has no prefabs, and it's kind of too late for that. So on interact, we want this one to face west. On interact, we want this one to go south. So if we wanted to make it, if we wanted to make it not glitch at all, we could set it so each actor is separate, because right now it's the same actor. It's just setting it different directions changes the frame of it. So when you click on it, it thinks that it's facing, that it should face that direction, but it shouldn't. So now we're just making sure that if you click on it, it doesn't change direction, or if it does, it changes right back to where it should be. It's a little bit of a pain in the butt, but what are you gonna do? If we would have done this at the start before we copy pasted everything, it wouldn't have been so bad. Oh, I've already done that one. Alright, where are we at? Here? North. 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 You ever see that movie called North? Oh man, it was so bad. But also, it was kind of good. It was so bad, but it was like really bad also. It was terribly like racist on accident. It's kind of a weird thing. But what's his name is in it? Frodo is in it, and Bruce Willis is in it, and it's really interesting. Will you be making normal jump scares too, like some guy that walks by and asks, "Is this gluten free?" Does that scare you? Because I am that guy. I'd hate to admit it, but gluten is a terror for me. But yeah, I am planning on adding jump scares. Racist on accident. Yeah, it was like really accidentally racist, and it was really kind of bad, but kind of like almost funny, but not. Like, I don't know. It was like 90s racist, right? Where it was like they were like racist against Native Americans and Inuits and Texans, which isn't really a race. Not really, but it's the most normal thing I could think of. I was thinking about just doing like little single scenes of like something scary that like flashes on the screen and then goes away. Like when you're transitioning, like there's a random occurrence of that happening. But yeah, I don't know what to do yet with that, so we'll see. But yeah, the movie North, it was pretty bad in a lot of ways. But I remember like kind of liking it when I was a kid and not really realizing like the racist undertones of it. Like it's not like severely racist, but it's definitely like not like, I don't know, forward thinking. Let's see what Reddit has to say about this. Is the film North really that bad? I feel I'm alone on this one, but despite all the negative reviews I have seen, I still can't bring myself to think this was deserving of the title of one of the worst films of all time. To give a bit of background, North was a 1994 film starring Elijah Wood as the titular character who divorces his seemingly neglectful parents in search of different parents the world over. All the while, a guardian angel-like character played by Bruce Willis follows him in an attempt to guide him back home. The plot of the movie has led to its main criticism, its claimed insensitivity towards other cultures, many saying it's downright racist. What made this movie stand out was the famous Roger Ebert review excerpt. I hated this movie. Hated this movie. Hated it. Hated every simpering, stupid, vacant audience insulting moment of it. Hated the sensibility that thought anyone would like it. Hated the implied insult to the audience by its belief that anyone would be entertained by it. That's a pretty bad review, even from Roger Ebert. So to me, however, this film was pretty creative, not just with the concept, blah blah blah. Let's consider some of the accusations. Portrayal of Texans as somewhat gluttonous cowboys, mocking the ritual of sending older Eskimo tribes away at sea, portraying Africans as living in grass huts, making fun of the Amish for their lack of electricity use, portraying the French as being overly Jerry Lewis obsessed. So yeah, basically that's what it did wrong. And then this person tries to say it wasn't that bad. And then there's some people saying that it was mediocre, it was okay, it was good. as soon as I saw the wall of text. I skipped over it too. But yeah, it was an interesting film. It was just like very poorly executed and very, very, very insensitive in its humor. That's an insane review. Yeah, product of the time, like reading Call of Cthulhu at 2025. Now I remember the short film Call of Cthulhu, and I don't remember that being too bad, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't. It was like a silent film, but I know that Lovecraft is like really, 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 really racist, and it's one of those things that's weird. Like a lot of people, and I'm not one of them, a lot of people overlook the fact that Lovecraft was extremely racist, right? It's like they bring up that whole was it artist versus the art or something like that whole thing, and I just like, it's mind-blowing to me that they were as racist as they were, and yet people could still be like, oh, I love Lovecraftian horror, like, or like Eldritch horror, like at least call it Eldritch horror, right? Because then we're not saying you loved something that Lovecraft made. The original text had racist remarks, though it was 1920s. That doesn't surprise me at all, because Lovecraft was a terrible, terrible, terrible racist. If you don't believe me, look up the name of his cat. I can't say it because of how racist it is. You could probably guess. Anyways, I think that society needs to like realize that some of these people are fucking shit people, you know? I think wasn't Mark Twain racist as well? Wasn't he one of the people that were there like excusing because it was old, everyone was racist back then kind of thing? I think that's bullshit. Also, bro, I did not know that. Well, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe we should look that up, because I don't mean to talk shit about dead people. I guess it says he challenged racism later in his life, but he grew up around like slavery times. So I guess he's off the hook because he learned from it. He was born into a family and raised in a family that had slaves, and certainly up until 18 whatever, he's a standard racist. That's what people are saying. But apparently he like grew out of it, so it's better than nothing, right? His writings make sense now. Yeah, I agree with you though. It doesn't help that racism was normal at the time, but they had a choice regardless. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's pretty rough when you're like born into a house where they had slaves. That's hard to get away from until you're old enough, but at a certain point you do gotta like make your own decisions and get away from it. And we see the same stuff here with transphobia today. Yeah, it's kind of messed up that we can't just like easily make a stand, but sometimes families do this thing where they like threaten to disown you, which is like terrible, right? But yeah, one of the things that really bothers me is that when I was a kid, I used to enjoy Pantera, and I had no idea that Pantera was racist, that they were I already did that one, that they were like white supremacists. And a lot of my friends from the time period still like Pantera. I'm not really friends with them anymore because of it, you know, like, because once I realized that that was the case, I was done with them, you know, like, I don't know. I mean, just because I enjoyed the music when I was a kid, like, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna support them. I'm not gonna say they're cool. I'm not gonna be like, oh yeah, this song's awesome. Like, they were racist. They were fooling children like me into thinking that was normal, and that ain't right. Did I get all of them? How can that be? Did I really go through each one of these already? Nope, I skipped these ones. Or like there's this band that I really liked, Neurosis, and the singer was abusive towards his family and got outed, and the band split because of it. So I give props to the band for splitting over it and, you know, discarding their member over it, but at the same time, I can't listen to it anymore and enjoy it after hearing that, and that sucks, but that's the way it is. A band that I liked for a long time, I can't like anymore because I physically don't like them anymore because of what the person did while they weren't singing in the band. But they were their songs, and it was their concepts and writings and stuff like that. Yeah, it's an important factor to enjoying someone's work, since people tend to align themselves with the person that made it. Yeah, and even if you don't align yourself with it, like, I don't know, it changes the feeling for me. Like, it just upsets me, you know? Like, I grew up with, you know, abusive, like an abusive stepdad, and that's messed up to, like, be abusive towards children. Like, that's very messed up. And for someone to do that and then, like, get away with it for a long time, that's fucked up. Like, I don't know. It's a messed up thing, clearly. Someone has to have some type of instability to go on doing that. Yeah, that's fucked up. It is. It's totally fucked up. And, like, you know, in my situation, I was able to get away from the person because they weren't my dad, right? It took a while. It was really difficult for a long time for me, but eventually I just ran away from home. I didn't have to be there. You know, it's not illegal to run away from home, but cops will pick you up and take you back. And I told my mom, I'm just gonna keep running away then, because it's not illegal to do that. Might be a pain in your ass, but until you just let me leave, I'm just gonna keep running away. And so she let me leave at that point, and I just lived on my own at 17, and then at 18 I was an adult, so it didn't really matter, you know. I mean, technically I lived with my dad, but he lived in Michigan and I lived in Illinois, so he was like taking care of me. He was, you know, giving me money, giving me gas for my car, and you know, he paid the bills on the house, paid the electricity and the taxes on the house, but he wasn't there, you know. He was very helpful to me, but he wasn't around, you know. So I was living on my own. You know, if I was sick for school, I called myself in sick, which I couldn't do until I was 18, but I just didn't get sick that last year, that the end of junior year. Or if I did, I would call my dad and tell them. Well, getting a hold of my dad was like a whole nother thing. But yeah. Alright, so I think I got all of them. I feel like I need to double check, but I think I already did that, so. Alright, so now we need to fix the collisions for all of them, so that way they match this one. So we need to draw a line of red all the way across all these things. That's unfortunate. Hopefully you found your peace with it now. Yeah, I mean, for a long time I was very bitter about it and wanted to like find the person and, you know, do bad things to them or whatever, but like I don't anymore. I don't like forgive them either, but like at the same time I don't let it weigh down on my soul. Thank you for sharing also. Oh, I appreciate that. I don't mean to overshare. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I just like let things out, and I don't know, I'm a pretty open person about stuff, and sometimes it's like overwhelming for people, and I don't mean for it to be, obviously. But yeah, I don't really hold back. I had an interesting life. It was kind of crazy for a while, but now it's real chill. I just make games all day, every day. We'll see how long it lasts though. At some point I might need to actually start putting money back into my bank account. I was doing good for a while. I have a decent savings from when I was putting money in my bank account. I was very good at not spending money, but now it's becoming difficult not to spend money. But I'm grateful. I have a house now. I'm like nearly 40 and I finally have a house. I honestly didn't think it was gonna happen until like all of a sudden it happened. It's like, holy cow. I thought I was gonna be renting forever. Oops. At least you don't have to worry about rent now. Yeah, exactly. Of course, there's like all the other things. But yeah, no rent, thankfully, finally. It seems like everything's slowly getting more expensive. Might have to lock in on work. Yeah, I don't even know if slowly is the right word. Things are getting expensive quicker and quicker. I think that's a more accurate way of putting it. Feels like it's about to get quicker. But yeah, freelancing is kind of an on and off thing for even the best freelancers, right? There's not always work. So you kind of learn to buckle down when you've got it, and then not spend like ever, because you never know when it's gonna go away. Sometimes it feels like freelancing is all just luck. I'm not even kidding. It's all who you know, what you know, how much those people have to pay. what they want aligns with your abilities. There's just so many variables in freelancing. It's just insane. Can you do that? Ah, that's much better, much faster. True, people talk about recession indicators, and I'm wondering, aren't we in a recession already? Yeah, it relies on a lot of smart financial decisions. Yeah, 100%. And you know what? Honestly, most freelancers have some type of support from like a significant other, or you know, something like that. And that's just the reality of it. Like, it's really hard to make it over the bumps without some type of fallback plan. So if you're single like me and you're a freelancer, a nest egg is like extremely important. Something to fall back on. So I try not to spend on useless expenses. I splurge very little. I haven't taken a vacation since I was a kid. Well, no, I guess that's not true. I took a girlfriend on a vacation once. It was more of like a vacation for her, to be honest, but it was a vacation. It was a very cheap vacation, though. We got like the cheapest room we could find, and we basically just hung out in the room or went places that were free. Sometimes you're flooded with work and you can't accept any more work, and then sometimes you have zero work at all. Yeah, so I try to do work that pays well, and I know that sounds like a no-brainer, but like when you do work that pays well, there's less of it. So you have to like balance, right? You have to balance like and prioritize the work that pays well, and then also like fill in the gaps with the work that doesn't pay as well. But like, don't overfill your plate so you can't do some work that pays well when that comes in, kind of thing. Yeah, it's a weird thing. Because the last thing in the world you want is like really good paying work to come, but you can't accept it because A, you're burned out, or B, you don't have time because you've got all these other contracts that don't pay well or whatever, you know what I mean? So yeah, there's a little bit of a thing to that. But I'm very lucky, to be honest. Like extremely lucky. I can't stress how lucky I've been. For someone who like, I got fired in like 2020 from my last full-time job for wanting to use my paid time off. They fired me for that. It's the most bullshit reason to fire someone. It should be downright illegal, but like, what are you gonna do, sue them? But I got unemployment for that, and then I just started getting a lot of freelance work, and then I just never went back to having a full-time job. I think about it. I'm still thinking about it, like if I should start working a part-time job or even go back to full-time work. You know, I have skills outside of game dev. Not like a crazy amount of skills or anything, but you know. But yeah, I don't really want to like go back to a call center or something like that. That makes sense. I do end up flooding myself with quick deliverable work. Yeah, deadlines are tough, right? So, oh, wait, this one's got that. All of them need that now. Ugh. I was like looking at it and I was like, wait a second, there's like a whole nother extra line there. Well, I guess we gotta do those ones too. But the nice thing is when you get work that you can do quickly and people like it and they pay you for it, that's the goal, right? And consistent work. I always prioritize clients that I like to work for too, because man, it's just so much easier to do the work when you enjoy doing the work, right? If it's like something you hate doing for someone you don't even want to work with and you can't even like talk to, like that makes it so much worse, right? Clients that are like wishy-washy, they don't know what they want, they always change their mind, or they always like change the pricing, or they try to haggle with you, and they say like, oh well, I know I said this, but I'm having a rough time with this, so can I pay you this instead? It's like, are you asking me or are you telling me? Because like maybe you should find someone that does things for cheap then, you know? I don't know. The job market sucks, at least where I'm from. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I honestly have not really been looking very hard for work at all since I got fired. It's been finding me, and that's really good because I don't really like looking for work. But yeah, I think it's because I'm a generalist, right? Because I can make an entire game by myself. I think that's the only reason why I'm finding so much work, because I've got skills in art, in programming, in music, sound effects, general design, you know, marketing, product development, right? I mean, the list kind of goes on. I've managed a team before now. So like, I don't know. The more you can do, the more opportunities come, I feel like. But yeah, there's like a learning curve to all that stuff. And I don't, sometimes people recognize that like, holy cow, you must like have learned a lot. Other times people don't recognize that. And, you know, it's just how it is. But yeah, I've been lucky. I don't rely on the luck, but it's been there. I feel like sometimes I had like such an unlucky early life and early career that like now I have all this luck to make up for it, kind of thing. It's a weird feeling. Like right when I graduated, it was during a recession, and there was like no one hiring. Anyone who was getting hired was either like really good at their job and had like the most competent portfolio, or like they had family that was getting them jobs, at least in the games industry. And a lot of studios moved their headquarters away from Chicago, which is where I was living at the time. And a lot of jobs disappeared, or they just, you know, weren't hiring. It's worse now, though, the games industry, at least the AAA side. On the indie side, I would argue that there might even be more opportunities, because there are a lot more indies than there were before. It's a lot easier to start a business as an indie studio. But not everyone has much money, and not all these games make much money is the other thing. Oh, that's the worst. If a client can't identify what they want, I just don't even try. Yeah, it's good to be able to recognize like hell clients, right? People that either haven't worked with, you know, freelancers before, or they just are bad with people, or they straight up disrespect artists, and or like whatever it is, you know, that you do. People do that, and it's terrible. That's such a good thing to have as a solo dev, knowing a lot of things. Yeah, honestly, like when I was in school, everyone was always like specialize, and I did. I specialized in school in 3D modeling and animation, and that was my specialty. I was like, oh, I'm gonna do character modeling then. Well, guess what? Character modeling is like the most competitive part of 3D modeling and animation. And guess what? Animation and 3D modeling shouldn't even be the same degree because they're so vastly different. And in all honesty, when I was in college, we did very little 3D animation. There was some students who did more, but even they did very little. I did quite a bit of 2D animation in college, but just because I liked it, and like digital video and stuff like that, because that's kind of what I was into. But a lot of it was on my own accord. Like there was very few projects that were like, all right, this has to be animated. Or if it was just animate the camera. You know what I mean? I have a similar view on luck. That's why I don't ever gamble, because to me, that's a waste of my luck resource. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I never thought about it that way, but I don't gamble either. When I graduated when COVID happened, and that kind of forced me to be a freelancer, but I'm lucky enough to have a fallback. I feel for you. Honestly, when COVID happened, and I remember seeing all the new graduates, I was like, I feel that. I was in a very similar boat when I graduated, because no one was hiring. Well, hopefully it gets better for you. Sadly, like for me, they called us, I don't know how long it lasted, but they called us the lost generation, because you couldn't get a job right after school. Well, when people started hiring a few years later, they weren't hiring the people that graduated 3 years ago. They were hiring the new graduates. And that's a thing. That's really a thing. And then in the games industry, there's this other thing where like they only hire young people. They are, unless you already are established in the AAA industry and have already worked on 3 or 4 AAA games that worked out good and people like you and that kind of thing, people have positive things to say about you, then you just won't get hired in AAA. I mean, I guess you could, but it's very, very unlikely. They only bring on new people that are young, and they have extremely good portfolios and went to not just any good school, but the best schools, meaning Full Sail, Digipen, and there's like a couple other ones maybe. But yeah, a lot of AAA studios had no idea who my school even was, which is interesting. However, there were some alumnus from my school who did become famous, for sure. There's quite a list. One artist who I admire did art for Konami, for box art for Konami for a long time during the 90s. And they did like Turtles in Time, Super Castlevania, Contra 3. They did what was it? Gradius 3, I believe, as well. There's, you know, a whole bunch of stuff. They worked for Disney also. Of course, that was like in the 70s they graduated, back when illustration was still like a thing that people or that traditional illustration, you know, they would use paint and stuff, you know. Probably because it's easier to grift fresh grads for terrible pay and predatory contracts compared to more experienced folks. That's exactly it. Oh my gosh, you fucking hit the nail on the head. So what they do, and I kind of dodged a bullet here, because what they do is they say, oh, your portfolio looks great. What kind of games do you want to make? And the right answer is, I want to make the games that you make because I love your studio and I'll do anything to work there. And they say, oh, really? Well, come move to San Francisco. So you move to San Francisco, which costs like way more than it should, right? And then they give you what seems like a good salary until you realize that all of it goes into your living expenses for living in San Francisco. And then they make you crunch, which means that you end up working over 50 hours a week. right? Sometimes 60, sometimes 70 hours a week. They just want you to live at the studio sometimes. So if you have a family, that sucks for your family. Your wife might divorce you. You might never see your kids, you know. Your kid might resent you even. You never know. Like, and then all of a sudden they have to fire the entire art department because the game is done, and that was their plan all along. Like, Jesus Christ. And they do that over and over and over and over. It's really messed up. Not to mention all the sexual allegations and the way that they mistreat workers, right? And this is only in the US. And yeah, the US gets a bad rap, and it is bad in the US. The games industry, AAA industry, treats people really poorly in the US, but it's even worse in Malaysia and places where they outsource the work, right? It's crazy. It's just absolutely crazy. In Malaysia, they literally have people that work for nothing. They live at the studio, they work for nothing but a credit. And then they don't even get the credit because they get paid to not have the credit. The studio gets paid to not show the credit because it's bad publicity to say that, yeah, a good chunk of this game was made in Malaysia. It's just insane. It's insane. So all those poor game devs have is their family to go back to, hopefully if they have one, who say, we told you not to do that, that was stupid, and them saying, I swear I worked on this game, I swear I worked on Red Dead Redemption 2. Oh yeah, where's your name on the credits? Well, it's not on there because they paid us not to put our names on there. Like, what? Like, and I don't know if that's the truth about Red Dead Redemption, but I'm pretty sure they outsourced a lot of their work, and it probably came from Malaysia, so who knows what really happened there. But there is an ad coming up soon. I snoozed it as much as I could. But yeah. Anyways, I don't mean to get heated on AAA. No wonder there's an indie game renaissance. Everyone just doesn't want to work with corporate anymore. That's a huge part of it. There's also a lot of people who are straight up leaving the AAA industry to start new game companies. That's a thing. And then it's hard to get jobs in AAA. They just don't hire people as much as they used to. And there's a lot more game devs because of the amount of tools that are available. But yeah, we got the ads, so I'll wait until that's over. Actually, I'm going to take a break myself and get some more water because I am running out. But I'll be back shortly. Okay, we are back from the end. I've got my water. All right, so now we want to make sure that each of these triggers gets the right player set sprite to pointer X. So we'll just go through and do them one by one here. Welcome back. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks for hanging out. Sorry for the ads. All right, so we'll put something there, and we need it to actually, oh wait, no, we want it to be here, and then this one will be west, right? No, south. Luckily it says it right there. But yeah, for a long time I applied to AAA jobs, and then eventually I stopped because I wouldn't want to work there, and it took me a while to realize that. One thing that helped me was listening to podcasts of people who did work for AAA, and usually they got laid off, or they were like in between jobs, and like some of them left the industry, that kind of thing. Yeah. And you just hear these horror stories. It's definitely a thing. So I feel like if I go through and just do all of the on leaves first, that will be the quickest way to do it. But yeah, game dev podcasts have been a huge influence for me, especially when I was working full time. I haven't really listened to them since I lost my job too much, but except for the ones that I really like. But yeah, that actually was why I started doing game dev podcasts, was because I learned so much from listening to strangers talk about their game dev experience and their game dev journey and that kind of thing. Oh, I've seen so much of those too. I used to dream about working for Nintendo as a kid, but that turned me off from it. Yeah, Nintendo, they have some issues. They, particularly, they have an issue with blacklisting, from what I understand. That, like, if you, like, show any opposition whatsoever, they'll, like, blacklist you, which means that they'll basically tell everyone that they shouldn't hire you. And that's kind of a thing in any industry, but like, I don't know, Nintendo gets this, like, everyone, they have this, like, this personification of being friendly, and they're just not. They never have been, really. Sure, their games are, but they're not friendly to their workers, or to the industry, or to other companies, to their users, to their fans. That's super lame, yeah. But yeah, I used to want to work for Nintendo. I used to want to work for Activision, Acclaim. Oh, I already did that one. I remember when I played a lot of Tony Hawk, I was like, I want to work for Neversoft. I don't even know if they're around anymore. Probably. Yeah, they're probably the most corporate out of all of them, ironically. Yeah, they are extremely corporate. But honestly, I think most of them are very corporate. I mean, they're publicly traded companies, you know, so they're just trying to please their shareholders. That's the sole purpose of the companies. It's not to make good games. It's not to innovate the industry. It's not even to hold on to their customers or sell games. It's not even, it's nothing but just to profit for the shareholders. And sometimes that means basically burning the company into the ground so they can get a better quarterly standing or whatever. I don't even know the terminology. You know, they do some weird, inhumane stuff to the benefit of a small group of people and shareholders. And yeah, it's a weird game they play. Sounds so inefficient in writing, but it's so common now. Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't tell you what the end goal is for AAA. At this point, it seems like they're just like riding out this wave that they know is dissipating. I used to think firing people and looking for a replacement would cost more than a raise, but I don't know how corporate works now, really. It's weird, man. There's like inflation to think about, right? And then, so like, every year things cost more, right? Every year the salaries need to go up, regardless of if they're new or not. But yeah, when you hold on to them, then they want more on top of the inflation raise, and they probably deserve it because they have the skills that they've accumulated while working with your company. And so if they're like a lead programmer, then yeah, they keep them around. But when it comes to art, they can't keep them on staff unless there's actual art to be done. And then, artists, like, they're hopefully still spiritual beings, you know what I mean? Like, they still have a soul. I'm not saying programmers don't, but like when you're like writing code, you're distanced in a certain way from the actual like project. You can, as a coder, there's like an abstraction where you feel like what you're doing is beautiful regardless of if the game is even fun to play or if it's like, as long as the structure is good, because that's the one thing you care about. Like, oh, well, the architecture was solid, so it's not my fault the game didn't sell. It must have been the artist's fault or the designer's fault or the company's fault for not marketing it correctly, or there's always a scapegoat kind of thing. But when you're the artist and you like, oh, I'm gonna make this awesome character, and then everyone hates on that character, like, that sucks, right? And I don't know. It's hard to switch projects when you're an artist, and when you have like a company, and this isn't just AAA, but also with some indie companies. Sometimes when you switch the design or the concept or the game, people can like get alienated by that, and they might leave on their own. And you can't blame them, because like if they're really connected to something, then that's what they want, is that connection. That's part of the reason why they're working. But when you take that connection away, or you try to say, hey, can you be connected to this for a while? Like, that doesn't feel good. And it doesn't feel good as a programmer either. But I feel like there's a certain level of abstraction that can occur as a programmer, where you're like, you can focus on just the structure or just the mechanic that you made, or depending on what kind of programmer you are. I don't know. It's kind of a weird thing, I guess. So, and then the other thing is that like there's always more artists, right? Every year there's more people saying, I want to make game art. And it's not that like game art is easy to make, but it's the most appealing, right? The only people who go into games saying, I want to be a games programmer are people who enjoy programming. And a lot of times I can't speak for everyone, obviously, but when someone goes into programming, they probably liked numbers and math and like logistics and algorithms. And yeah, sure, maybe they like games too, and that's why they want to get into games, because let's face it, programmers can get better money programming other things. But a lot of people who are just programmers do just that. They will go into other software and make other things because that makes you more money. So yeah, I don't know exactly what I'm saying. I'm kind of talking myself in circles here. But I feel like art is the most forward-facing part of games. When people, or at least it was when I was a kid. Now I feel like the narrative is becoming a huge thing. There's like this insurgence of people saying, I want to be a narrative designer. And you just didn't see that when I was a kid. Like, I'm sure there was people who aspired to be narrative designers, but you just didn't see it as often. The art was always like, oh, I'm gonna make game art, I'm gonna make 3D models, I'm gonna make awesome characters. But yeah, now you see a lot more of like, I want to make narratives, which is kind of cool actually. But personally, I never really got into narrative parts of games. If we're being 100% honest here. It's not that I like don't like it or discredit the work, but because that's not the case. I do like good stories, and I give them all the credit that they deserve. But at the same time, it's just not always for me. A lot of the games that play like movies, I can't really get into them, or I'll skip the cutscenes. And that's just me. If I want to like get into a story, I'll read a book, because I still do that. Or I'll watch a movie, because I still do that. And there's like a place for that in my heart, you know. I like being entertained passively, but for games I really like the interaction and the the agency and all of that. I think I got all of these. Yeah. I have zero coding experience, but I figured coding is a bunch of creative problem solving, which seems fun. It is. If you like problem solving, you will enjoy programming. It's not all numbers and math like I made it sound. It's not all algorithms. It is problem solving. But it doesn't look that way. It doesn't. I mean, you're probably kind of unique in seeing it for that, because a lot of times people don't see it as that. They see it as like a hurdle to make something that looks cool, act cool, right? That's the way I saw it when I was in college, at least. So I feel like we should make another sprite that's like an X for these ones. That actually might be a better idea. But first we should like finish what we're doing. I think I got all of them. I'm kind of second guessing myself here. All right, to the start. Now we need to put them on the onEnter function. So we got this one. That one's south. This one will be east. This one is north. east, north. So the interesting thing about like coding, I know this people can consider this programming, but it's event-based programming. So it's kind of like blueprints or visual scripting. It is visual scripting. It's similar to blueprints, but when you're talking about actual code, people sometimes get hung up on like the variety of languages there are and stuff like that. And the interesting part is that once you're like actually in it and you start to dig through these different languages and stuff, you realize that they're all kind of the same. Like the syntax is different, but it's all just problem solving. It's all this is east. It's all the same kind of connections and the way of thinking. And like I was talking about architecture earlier, the flow of architecture is the same in each language for the most part. I mean, it really comes down to the software and what you need it to do. In games, most games are very similar, at least in some ways, where the code needs to flow from one direction to the other, for the most part. And there's definitely like an elegance to that and like a creativity to that, and it's all problem solving for certain. I love it. I think it's a great like outlet for like creativity, and I can't wait to get back into C# for Retro Spaceball, because I've been doing so much GB Studio in the last year that like, I don't know, part of me is worried that I forgot how to code, kind of thing. Not really, but you know, like I'm ready to get back into it. But I really like doing GB Studio stuff too. And you can do coding in GB Studio, and I do a little bit, but for the most part it's like quite a bit more difficult than what I'm used to. Quite a bit more to learn. And once you get like going in an engine like Unity, it's really hard to switch, because the whole time you're thinking, oh, I could do this so much faster if I was just in my engine of choice. But I will say that being a generalist and a freelancer, it's actually really beneficial to be like kind of engine agnostic and just kind of know how things work regardless of the engine. That said, I would be much better as an artist on any type of Unreal or Godot project. I would still have an understanding of the workflow and even be able to help out once I got my, bearings. But I prefer Unity because I spent a lot of time in it. I know Unity's kind of got a bad rap right now because of all the corporate stuff that they've been doing the last couple of years, and I've known that it was downhill ever since they went IPO. I've been saying it on my podcast ever since. But yeah, like I said, it's really hard to switch when you're quick at something. Once you hit a certain speed, it's like but yeah, honestly, that's part of the reason why I started to learn GB Studio, was because it felt like the rug was being pulled out from under me on Unity, and I wanted to have at least something to do while I wasn't doing Unity stuff. And I was doing a lot of Unity stuff at the time. It was feeling overwhelming, and I needed to work on something when I wasn't working on the team project that I was managing. And if I was to work on another Unity project like Retro Spaceball, I felt like my head was going to explode because of the difference in the architecture. So I wanted something that was completely different. And that's when I started doing more GB Studio stuff. west, south, east. My internet is failing again, so I think it's time for my afternoon jog. Thanks for the chat. Good luck on the game. Well, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. I hope you have a fantastic job, and I hope your internet gets better for you. It's always a bummer. But yeah, thanks again. Have an awesome day. And I'm probably gonna end before too long here. Once I get all these in, I think. North. Oh, I did that wrong. I'm like jumping ahead of myself here. That goes there. East. South. West. East. North. So this one should get the X. Maybe we make that real quick. What if we do bones? A bony X. Alright, so it's black with a white outline. So we need... Oh. Let's get this going. I think that's it. Doesn't look perfect. And then the white outline. So you can't tell which one is overlapping. I need to turn that off. So I think that might work better. Also like that maybe. I'm not sure if it should be like that or like that. I think it looks better with the dark blobs at the edge. Alright, so this is it. We'll say export X pointer. Oh, that didn't work. Save as X pointer. Alright. Oh, we need to put it in the right folder now. So we'll grab... Oh, where's the little one? Did we save it in the wrong spot? Oh, we didn't save it as a PNG. Alright, there it is. Copy. Paste. Alright. Now back to what we were doing. We'll put this here. Uh-oh, we lost it. Let's save it. We haven't saved in a while. We'll cap. Oh, things are broken. There they are. Copy the event. We'll put it here, and this one's going to be the X. And let's make sure that the X isn't weird for some reason. It shouldn't be, but you never know. Alright, it looks fine. The collider being that big, we probably want to set it to where it's normal. So that way it doesn't like get weird locked in any weird positions or anything like that. And then we'll go back to the game world. We'll copy this event and put it on all of these. And while we're at it, while we've got this event, we'll go to these two over here. Because there's only a few places that need this. Paste it there and paste it there. Everything else should be fine. Alright, so now back to pasting the pointer. So this one's west, west. This one's west, west. This one's north. Change it to north. North, change it to north. East, east. Alright, that room's done. These rooms are done. Oh, we should do... Oh, this one already got that. Alright, so that's good. Good, alright. And then this one's done too, right? On enter. Yep, north, east, south, west, south, north. Alright, so these ones got it. On to room 2. West, 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 west. Oh, this one's missing a thing. Look at that. These ones don't have the west group. A bug. Alright, so let's get the west group one. Do all of these just have event group? It's not even called west? That's confusing. That one's called west. This one should be called east. Alright, so south, north. That one's messed up. Alright, so this should be that. Copy events. Delete this one. Paste it there. Alright. That one's west. 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 Oh. West. So it seems like the only ones that didn't get the west group were that one and these ones. But we found a bug, so that's cool. And then these all have west. Alright, so let's get this back. Copy the event. Paste it here.
Never give up! Trust your instincts!
Wallace, you're still here. Welcome. Or welcome back. Thanks for the redeem. Hope you're not up at 5 in the morning. Like I am. But these things happen to us. You just woke up. Okay, well, welcome back. I hope your morning's going good. I am trying to finish this before bed. You hard worker. Yes, I am a hard worker. That is true. When you work for yourself, you have to be. That's the #1 rule. Oh, this needs to be east. When you work for yourself, there's no option. You have to be a hard worker. Because the boss will get mad. If you're the boss. So this one is south. Because you don't want to make yourself mad, you know what I mean? Like, it's one thing if you, like, make some random other boss mad. But you don't want to make yourself mad, that just doesn't make sense. Yeah, sometimes I miss not having to work hard. Used to relax at work from time to time, depending on the job. Sometimes it's okay to do that. Other times it's not. I think that's the south. Yeah. Yeah, sorry if I'm quiet. It is getting late and I am just like trying to get through all this. South, paste. Oh, we already, wait, this one? Oh. I'm like jumping 2 miles ahead of my brain here. This one's west. This one is north. Getting to the point where I need to like spell it out for myself. This one is south. This one's west. This one is north. This one is west. Oh shit. I'm doing things wrong. This one needs... they need to be pointing the direction. Ah, shit. I've been fucking up this whole time. God damn. Okay. So even though it's north, it needs to be pointing. It shouldn't be saying north, east, south, to southwest. They should be saying, I should just rename them. I was thinking that when I named them. I was like, why don't I just name them up, down, left, right? And I was like, no, I need to know which way they're gonna go. But honestly, I don't need to know which way they're gonna go. They just need to point left to right. So this one needs to point right. This one needs to point left. This one needs to point down. Right. Down. Left. Right. Down. Left. In a way, it's actually easier. I don't have to process as much information. Left, and then this one goes. Oh, that one doesn't go anywhere. So this one is left. This one's right. Pointer down. Right. Left. Pointer down. This one's the X. This one's right. This one's down. This one's left. Left, down, left, or right, left, down, up. Yeah, so that one's fine. This one needs to be right, left, down, right, down, left. So those ones are fine. These ones should be fine. It's all the non-north facing rooms. This one never got there, so we'll go right, down, left. Well, we're almost done with the second room. That feels good to say. Right, down, left. Alright, did we get all these? I think we did. Did we get all of these though? Alright. Room 2 is done. Oh, this one's got a bug too. Interesting. We need the east group. Oh, there's no east group? So we made it, but we never made the group. We only did it once. Interesting. All right. Well, we caught the bug, so that's good. Event group. We'll call it East Room 3 East group. And we'll drop all of these into there. Copy the event. We gotta paste it on all of the rooms, or all of the passages that go east. Alright, let's save it. Things are getting choppy here. I hate that feeling. Alright, so we got this one. Now this one. Alright, so now we need all of these to go east. But that's the wrong spot. Alright, and then this one. That's a pretty big bug. The east room was like almost never working properly. Alright, so that fixes that. What about the other room? The west room. That room never got properly implemented either. It's one of those things, it's like if you don't get it to work right, people definitely notice. But if it works 100% right, no one will notice either. Or yeah, no, sorry. I said that wrong. People definitely won't notice if it's working 100% right. They won't know what you did to get it there is more what I'm trying to say. So that one got the west group. Did this one get the west group? It did. Did this one get the west? Oh, I already checked that one. Alright, so now I think it's good. Alright, so now we get back to what we were actually coming here to do, which is put in these happy, fun, little, awesome arrows. Which I'm not regretting whatsoever. No, actually they definitely add to the game, so they're important. Definitely getting sleepy. That was the wrong one. Have I been doing the right thing here? Yeah, I have. Okay. Just wanted to be sure. Why are there 2 pointer ups? Uh-oh. Well, that's not right. There's only one here. Is it because I changed the name? Well, for some reason, there's two. I guess it's because I changed the name. Alright, so what did we say it was 0986. We'll need to change this to that 0986. And then it won't matter which I chose, I guess, because they use the same sprite. So apparently, by changing the name of the sprite in the project folder, it creates a duplicate in the so the sprite information stays there, the actor information stays there, and just uses the same sprite, I guess. It's kind of wonky. Oops. Alright. Pointer up. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. Now I don't know which one to choose. It feels like I'm in a game jam all of a sudden because I'm trying to speed up before bed. Feels like that. Gotta beat the clock. Gotta get all these things before it's due tomorrow, but really I just need to finish so I can get some sleep. Not due tomorrow. I just need to sleep. Alright, so I got that one. Did I get this one? No. Did I get this one? No. That one? No. This one? No. Alright. All of these rooms are done. These rooms are done. I think these doors still need it. Yep. Pointer up. Pointer up. Let's just copy that. Paste it there. Paste it there. The worst part is that I'm kind of hungry and I'm going to need to eat something to be able to fall asleep, so I'm gonna be up even later. But yeah, yesterday I went to bed at like 6, so that's kind of par for the course, I guess. Right, down, the left, left, right, down, no left, left. I think that's everything. Nope. This one needs a left. And some ups. Alright. This one, right, down, left. We got those ones. Alright, so this one needs the finger and the finger and the finger, and then all of them need the other finger. And then we already got the X's, but we need to make them go back to pointer 1 when they leave. Did this one get that? Okay, it did. These ones need it too. Oh, they got it. Okay. I literally just did that. Okay, this one needs the pointer up. And then I think we're done. Alright, time to save. I kind of want to play with it just to like feel like I did something. That's a sleepy sound. Man, I can't believe it's already 5:20. How long have we been going? 7.5 hours? I guess that's kind of normal then. We outstreamed Peanut? Oh my god. That's insane. Who the hell are we gonna raid? We could raid Ryanart, Claude, Ceosaur, Darth Elwood. Wow, that took a lot longer to to build, but I guess it's because we made all those changes to the all those different things. I had to rebuild the build cache. I kind of want to do some things with the palettes to make it like blink and stuff. We got the pointy finger that feels so weird. Okay, one last thing before bed. We really needed to make a positive sound when you've done it right and a negative sound when you've done it wrong. And it used to do that. But now it doesn't seem to do it. I think it's because this door effect sound is happening right after it and shutting it off. So we need to do a wait beforehand. So we'll do a wait before the door sound effect. And yeah, we can wait for what, 0.3 seconds. And yeah, I think that should fix the issue. So let's give it a shot real quick. Alright, so Darth Elwood is playing games. Ryan Art is always making his game. He's a C++ developer. Claude is playing Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remastered. Caesar is in Sprite. Looks like they're doing stream avatar stuff. What is this? I don't know what this is. Programming. So I'm thinking we raid Caesar. Yeah, so it makes the sound effect now. Although honestly, I wonder if the negative sound effect should be like 3 in a row, because it just doesn't sound that negative, right? So I think maybe we do that. We'll make a group. We gotta copy it for the other one. Call it 3 negative bleeps. Copy that. Alright, now we gotta erase and get it wrong. Should be fairly easy the way that it's set up. We can do a quick search to see if there are any new pixelers that we don't know, or even GB Studio, which there never is, but you never know. No, there's nothing for GB Studio. Someone else did it last week, but I missed their stream. Pixel art. Wow, there's like no one doing pixel art right now. That's crazy, except for Ceosaur. That's really interesting. Ah, I searched for pixel art one word and more things came up, so that's interesting. I guess that's because of the tag. In fact, that's what I have. I'll have to keep that in mind. I feel like every time I go into X, I have new message requests from like bullshit fake accounts. And those aren't even the ones that may show offensive content. Those, it's like crazy. There's like 20 of those every time. So many. Anyways, let's test this real quick and then we'll go raid. We can't choose the wrong answer on that day, but we can the next time. We're gonna choose no. I think that works. I just want to check something real quick. Alright, yeah, I like it. Okay, we're good. We'll save it. Call it a night. We'll get the music going real quick here. But we're gonna raid Ceosaurus. I imagine everyone's lurking, but that's okay. I will send you over there and we will raid message. I'll use my raid message. I'll be the only one. But that's okay. But if anyone is here and they want to be part of the raid, Ceosaur, I don't know much about them, but I've been subbed to their channel before. Someone gifted me a sub to their channel and they have some really awesome emotes. And really cute little creatures for their stream avatars, and that's what they're working on. So if you like cute pixel art, you'll probably like Ceosaur. So we're gonna raid Ceosaur. Making sure I'm spelling it right. Ceosaur. Pretty easy. Make sure I got my thing. All right. Thanks everyone for the raids today. Puke for that awesome raid, and yeah, thank you for the new follows. I very much appreciate it. Everyone's been super cool. Thanks everyone for hanging out. Thanks my mods, Cryptic and Big Lumbee and Kixie for all hanging out today. That was very cool. Everyone's been awesome. So I'm gonna get my stream set up so I don't have it muted when we raid to them. Because that happens to me all the time.
Yeah, see.
Alright. We are headed over there. I'm going to hit the button and I will see you there. Make sure I got my raid message. I do. Alright, see you at Ceosaur. Thanks again, everyone. I very much appreciate it, and thanks for being part of the raid. Appreciate that too. I'm sure Ceosaur will appreciate us over there.
And Reza. Oh my god, oh no, we're being raided.